Spoon, spoon, television. Spoon, spoon, spoon. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know. Take the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening more often, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, congratulate my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you TV. Yes, what you TV. Bala. Kididi dabado. Spoon entertainment. Kua. President Kutile. Kua Kutile. On the phone, to be inspired. On the phone, to be inspired. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know. Take the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening more often, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah. To spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, congratulate my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want. Yes, what you got. Yes, what you got. To get your information, to be my spoon, Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon.
Well. Welcome. We're here tonight. Spoon Talk is back on your radio. This is where you get the news, the analysis, the interview, the engagement with the policymakers. This is where you get to express your views. And this place is a beacon of hope for thousands, if not millions, of Liberians across the world who want to get authentic information about the happenings across Liberia. I'd like to welcome you to this edition of the program, Spoon Talk. We're live across the Spoon Network on Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1 and on other frequencies across the country. Thanks to our partner radio stations for always relaying the program. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County. Premier FM is there in Bon. Thanks to Trend Radio in Grand Crew. Radio Yalamani, Seklipi, Nimba County, and a host of other radio stations. Will most times relay the program even without telling us. Gibi FM, right next door in Kakatama, Gibi County, is relaying the program as well. And yes, we want to welcome all of you across the country listening by means of radio. Thanks to the many of you who join us online on our different social media handles, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV on Facebook. Thanks to you joining us on YouTube. Our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. We want to appreciate all of you tonight for joining this edition of the program. My name is Nelson Colette. Spoon Talk promises to be very, very engaging tonight. Kindly share the program as you come on, as we go right ahead to start to take your calls tonight. Let's know what's on your mind. As you know, the first segment of the program is dedicated to you, our valued listeners across the world, or viewers, to get to express yourself. Tell us what is that issue that is of concern to you. What's on your mind? What is it you want to talk about? Is it about the health sector, education, sanitation, the environment, politics? Just whatever it is,
You want to know?
you have the opportunity to do just that. And again, I want to welcome all of you. Ezra Brooks, Neata Griffin, May, that's Ma, Jenny's son, Linda, Momo, Kazi, Kapi, Rain, Tamara, and the many of you joining us tonight. Solomon Pay, just keep sharing the program as you come on. Vavi Dukle, and the many of you joining us tonight. Let's hope you can share the program. Let's have a great show tonight. So I'm going to open the phone lines now and then take your calls. You can start to put your calls through 0555 101075 0555 101075. You can also call by means of the WhatsApp. I'm going to put the WhatsApp up as well. So you can call in and have your say tonight. Let's hear what's on your mind. What is it you want to talk about tonight? 0555 101075. Let's go to the phone line and take our first caller here. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Hello.
Hello, Next. How you doing?
Yes, sir. I'm okay. It's good to have you on tonight.
I'm Oscar. I use Big Man calling from Gamsa, Liver County.
What's on your mind, sir? Let's hear you.
Yeah, let's see what on my mind this hearing. I want to take this time to appreciate and say thanks to all Libanians who took the personal time to walk to the polling center and cast their vote peacefully for the candidate. So we hope the unity that in Limba to continue the vote that this place should not divide Limba. So
Thank
the
you.
second thing have to do with the security within Gamsa. Let's see, the state of Gamsa is one of the population city in Liberia. Here, the most populous city is Gamsa. And we don't have police patrol vehicle in the city. We don't have police patrol vehicle in the city. And the killing is getting too much in Gamsa. So I'm calling upon the government. I'm appealing to the police director to make sure that at least they should expand police car in Gamsa so the police are in Gamsa can be able to be taking patrol in the night. Because we the citizens are like it. So I wanted to appeal to the government.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your input. Another person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
How are you, Paul?
Yes, we are live. Please be audible a bit, sir.
This is the voice of Andrew Dindi. I'm Andrew Fire, the civil IT boy.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity. What is on my mind is the ruling from the Supreme Court. You see, the Supreme Court, or let's say Justice Nyanenyo, was brave to look at the entire country and say that the country, what we call use illegal money. Was it not they see illegal money that even former President George we have received as a pension because she got concern on all of this budget? Because before money being released, according to the PFM law, it must be passed directly through the legislators, and she got concern on all of this money, even the Supreme Court, even Siana herself. So now, if Siana Young ready to reform all of this money back, and why the court was not able to talk why they talked now before, this is what we want to know.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your input. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Thank you very much for the opportunity you are providing me. Merci collecting and good evening to the Spoon FM family and good evening to my peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia. By the way of introduction, I'm Alfonso E.S. Kama. I do join this conversation this great Wednesday evening for my peaceful residents to be Pacific Transformer Community within District Number 10, relatively old road. What really on my mind so issue have to relate to our society when it comes to society issue. It has to do with the Nimba County just ended election that was casted last night. The way in which they voted not satisfactory to real Liberians because they did not do well for this country and Liberia at large. Because the by-election is open again for Liberian resources to be spent. This is what we'll continue to be doing. Is to take that money, allocate it for other projects like to pay NCSA instructors who are going slow, put that all instructional material. They're not teaching our students, and they are going for what? Then our health sectors, there's no medication, no drugs, no hospital beds, no nothing. But they can take the money and fill a candidate who is already seated, who have position, who have up to do, or who not have nothing to do. Then so put it in a person.
Let's hold you there, sir, and take another person. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Hello, Gazzy.
This is Nelson. Go ahead. Let's hear.
Oh, Nelson, I coming Josh Mova on GSA Rookie Camp.
Yeah,
thank
Josh,
you. I
go ahead.
appreciate you so much for your hard working lesson. You do for a lot of people. But see, my man, sometimes you get the spoon with the sometimes lesson. Please tell what I was listening to. We are Josh Mova. You see, you can call back then. Coming on show, they want to be like to 11 for. Especially, you can call in a color. What they recently left one year, they want Nima. They know that for this cat in Nima, they go fully like for. They like to like for. You see, you can call back today. See, you can call today. Listen to yesterday when you can call talking. On say you can call that too good. You can call is a betrayal. He such a joy. They see you can call a cars they coming today now. The other the French. You know what? What I'm doing? They playing it where they like not for or trying to tell what else soon. A Yaga cover show here a cars based on or would not be called and will call more people.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your input. Let's hold you there. No. Please, as much as you have the right to express yourself, please respect others as you do that. Hello. Your name and where you joining us from?
Nelson.
Yeah, hello.
My name is Malobo Gizi from Mikey.
Go ahead, man.
The thing that on my mind is for my heading to leave from Mosorado to go to Nima to say you went wrong, campaigning for Ide Gonglo. That's it.
Okay.
It will be on her.
Thank you.
Because somebody can work with you for that kind of long time. When the person became president, you say you can't support the person, you're going to support somebody else whereby the person has already worked for you for that kind of long time. So it was not fair to Joseph Boagai.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for your input. Hello. Your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Nelson, for a 40-minute opportunity. My name is Marie. I call from Tax City this evening.
Okay. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I want to thank you for this program. But what is on my mind today is the election that was held in Nima County.
Okay.
I want to thank the people of Nima County, and I also want to thank those that participated in the election candidates. This is Liberia. We are happy that one person is there to represent the county and to represent the people of Nima County. All right. So I want to applaud the people of Nima County, and I want to thank the school or media team that have been really on their feet to show us the best information. Yeah.
Thank you.
This election, the by-election.
Thank you.
Next is the Supreme Court. What they have done is belated because they had a couple of authority to have make this decision that they made this day. Also help to make the situation in Liberia be what it is today. So we cannot trust the Supreme Court. We cannot trust the rule of law. That is my point tonight.
Thank you very much for your input. Let's take another person. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you joining us from?
Daniel Wadipe from 540 Congo Town.
Daniel, please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, my brother Nelson, the Supreme Court has spoken again. And we who are expecting, we should respect the Supreme Court.
Okay.
We shouldn't defy the Supreme Court. We will not continue to live like this. You look at the Supreme Court, when the Supreme Court, who you are above the Supreme Court. Supreme Court tell you, say, don't do this. You will make your own law and you can't go by your own law. The Supreme Court teaching you how to go by your own law and say you can't listen. If you don't listen, not nothing. I'm not lying to you. If the guys don't listen, they'll be looking for the Liberian people. Because we will stand by the Constitution. We're not let few group of people to just sit there and suffer the Liberian people.
Thank
in
you.
that manner. Every time you suffer the Liberian people, the people that benefiting from you, you don't benefit. You want to make half of the Liberian people because
Thank you very much for your input. Let's take another person. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from. Let's hear you.
Hello.
Yes.
My name is Anita Cummings and I call you from Coca-Cola factory.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why will my man have to do with the noise maker they call Yeke Koluba? They are technical noise maker.
No, hello. Hello.
He's
Hello.
noise
No,
maker.
no,
I
no,
will
no.
never call
Hello.
him lawmaker.
Hello. No, please.
No chatting.
You can disagree with Honorable Koluba, but he's a lawmaker. Hello.
Good evening, my brother, Mr. Kole.
Yes, sir. Good evening. Let's hear you.
Thank you. My name is Josiah Smooth from the Commander Peace Island, Commander call 540.
Please go ahead.
Let me say thank you to the Supreme Court, but however, what it did is belated because we expected them to have brought out ruling at the time on the bill of prohibition or the real event. Then now they said ultra virus. So my question today is, so the illegal budget they told pay for, how can I tell them that it's ultra virus the money they told, right? So they will bring it back. And let me say very quickly, two other lawmakers appear from the rule of law caucus on ERBC this evening. They were discussing as to how the law should be respected. I cited the hosting rule, chapter 12, rule 40 of the hot conduct. A lawmaker said they don't have anything in that hosting rule, no chapter 12 there, no chapter 1. I challenge that lawmaker Sumbo Moriba or district of Moscow. I challenge him with his police. I challenge him, I bet him 200 times. I wanted to provide the rule of law and the hosting rules for him. Then you go to chapter 12.
Thank you.
There.
Thank you very much for your input. Let's hold you there and take another person. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
My name is John, and what on my mind is that Spoon is a reputable news organization.
Mm-hmm.
Some of your panelists there, they are embarrassment and they can lie. Though, I said, though, former Deputy Minister posted, I feel that the first election we is in Nima is the first election under the government and it is a mess. I said, don't get lie, that goes on there.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for your input.
The conducted election first senator from Nima. This is the third election.
Thank you.
Why I said go then the political campaign, let them stop lying.
Thank you very much. Let's bring on this person. Hello.
Yeah, bro. How you doing?
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
I mean, you are working hard from yesterday. You guys here? Hello.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Nothing to different. My attention had to do with the media people in our country. You know, we believe that media play an important role in the country.
Okay.
But to be frank, what's going in very department? We are living in some African country. We can't see that in other countries that when they break, other media will be saying a lot of things, negative things. Why is not factual? Within time before the election, you know, people are talking that I think it's also radio station talking about how they put deploy armed in the back country. And, you know, they are only doing it to incite violence. You can't say that people carry armed and carry or ever over whole. You can't do that. And, you know, I think a lot of radio stations they don't go.
Thank
you. You know, there's honor man appeal the country. It's not good. Other country you can't do that. They break media will play important way. They break. Soon as you wake up on your bed, you want to really start saying, how can I see why it's not factual? It's not good to be fair. Honor man appeal the country. It's very wrong to be friend. Let's be very careful in the country. How the media will handle the information in the country. You know what I mean? People maybe look at men as kind of video say on the thing on the radio that all the are made. For you can't touch you. You just feel that you kind of power.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
let's hold you there and take another person. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Gary. I'm Erickson B. Philip calling for the web. I don't think you're so silly. You're 13.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I want to congratulate Nima people for joining of people in action and congratulate Samuel Koga for winning senatorial post in Nima. People say that Samuel Koga will not win, but now the president with that in Moreover, then my people my people that into over there, I say that's not the people who let me we can see music as I told you now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your input. We take this person, then we'll go to the WhatsApp line to take a few calls from there. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, sir. You're live. Your name and where you joining us from?
Thank you. This is Gabe. I'm calling from the Buzo Island.
Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, brother. I always listen to people say the impasse at the legislature is affecting our labyrinth. I don't know what people call affecting labyrinth. People taking place, people doing their business, people going out of the country, that war fighting. People that are issue. Yeah, I don't know what people taking that thing to say is affecting the country. What affecting you now? People are people doing people taking salary, people not there is our salary delay. People not there is we are not taking pay. People not there is that because of this we are not traveling. So people say they are affecting who the common library man affecting now.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's hold you there and go to the WhatsApp. Let's take a few calls from our WhatsApp line. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Okay, good evening, Nelson.
Yes,
my name is Winston Kobo, and I'm joining from Rwanda this evening.
Okay.
Yeah, Nelson, I want to first and foremost say thanks to the Spoon family for the work done for the Liberian people across the continent. My attention has been drawn to the ruling of the Supreme Court, Nelson.
Mm-hmm.
You know, today ruling marks not just a victory for one political party, but it marks the victory for the entire Liberians. Now, Nelson, the ruling, it clearly shows to the entire public the strength, the independence, and integrity of the justice system in the Republic of Liberia. So today is a day that we all need to get together and celebrate the integrity of our judiciary system. And lastly, Nelson, now is the time for all of us to put away our differences, our political affiliation, and all of that to move our country forward. One people, one unity, with one shared destiny and commitment to national growth. That's what we should be looking at right now, Nelson.
Thank you.
And thanks for having me on your show.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. Let's hold you there. Take this person. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, hi, Nelson. Yeah, my name is Mr. Suleiman Renner. I'm calling from the UK.
Yes, sir.
I would just say big thanks to the Honorable Supreme Court today for upholding the law of our constitution in the Republic of Liberia. And I would say thanks to the Honorable Speaker of the Republic of Liberia, J. Funaki Kufa, for upholding the rules of law, for following the right process to make sure that our country is stable today. So that's all I'm calling about today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your input. This person, hello, you're live, your name and where you joining us from. There seems to be a little bit of issue with this. Let's hope we can make the necessary adjustments. So in the meantime, let's take this person.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hello?
Hello, sir. You are live. Let's hear you.
Hello?
Sorry, you have to change your location. Hello? Hello? 0555-101075 is the number to call, and you'll be live on the program tonight. Hello?
Yeah, Nelson, good evening.
Good evening, sir. You're live. Let's hear you.
Back, this is DJ Constance, calling from Lakwasi.
Okay, let's hear you, sir.
What is actually on my mind, Nelson, is to first congratulate the Liberians for the job well done. The legacy is being established by them, and I hope the Liberian or any other country will follow such who work by the. But there's another deep thing on my mind that many people will not even think. What is it? I just want to suggest to this government, since it remains 7.5 years or perhaps 8.5 years, can the government just look at a means of relocating this capital city?
Yes.
Are you there?
You said 8.5 years. What do you mean?
I mean, the years are remaining after before election. 4.5 years. Sorry, 4.5 years. Okay. If the government just take a decision, or anybody from the house can just pass a bill of relocating this nation capital.
Okay.
Read that on my mind. Relocating the capital city is too packed, and the crime is too much. Relocate the capital city after all these years, and then of course we can start from there. That was on my mind.
Thank you very much for your input. We go back to the WhatsApp line. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
Yeah, this is Ezekiel calling from New York City.
What's on your mind?
On behalf of what on my mind is the ruling of the Supreme Court. We are watching and waiting on President Butler to enforce the law, the rule of law in that country. And if he's not restore the peace in Liberia, we are coming to Liberia to remove Richard from by force.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your input. Let's see if we can take another person here. Hello, your name and where you call from? Let's hear this. Yeah, you want to walk away from your radio?
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead.
My name is Joseph Zedebo.
Joseph, your radio is on. Just walk away from the radio, be better. Hello?
How you doing, sir?
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
Yeah, this is Victor where you're calling you from 17th Street, Cinco.
Victor, what's on your mind?
Yeah, what on my mind is something called a rule. But I recommend that we Liberians will be able to revisit our constitution.
Okay.
The hauling and pulling we are doing is because the constitution, majority of the thing is support the people who in power. Yeah, a lot of things over there should be removed. It should be amended. We should amend the constitution.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your input, sir.
Thank you so much for your program.
Let's go back to the WhatsApp line. Take this caller. Hello.
Hello, Nelson. Hello, everybody. This is Siliki Kumala. I'm calling from Syracuse, upstate New York.
Okay.
I want to say something to the Rachel Combe Black of the House of Representatives. About 4 months ago, when the whole thing started, a lot of things has been said by them that they misinterpreted the Supreme Court ruling. Now the Supreme Court has come out to clearly state what they meant in their earlier ruling. If these people are law-abiding people, they should agree with the Supreme Court. They should be able to agree with the Supreme Court. We are not in the 80s, or we are not in the 90s. This is 2000. I hope they will reason. We don't want Liberia to be another chaos country again.
Okay.
We want peace in that country. Please, Rachel Combe.
Thank you.
If you want your political future to be better in Liberia, you should accept the will of the Supreme Court.
Thank you very much. That's all I can say to them. Let's hold you there.
Thank you so much.
Person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, how are you, Nelson Colette? This is journalist James Akui, and I'm calling from Waterloo, Iowa. So I want to take the time out to hail the people of Nima County for the peaceful conduct of the elections, and great job. And as the election definitely results is now going, hey, and the people of Nima made a choice of and Samuel Koga, as we are saying, and we can only respect that. When it comes to the issue of the Supreme Court, we saw today that the court came down with some statement. But hey, and like we will say repeatedly, the court definitely, there's no law that compels majority lawmaker to sit under the gavel of J. Fonati Kofa. And I saw a statement from former President George Weah. I don't know. I'm elated and I feel so happy today that Lord Weah can acknowledge these things. Someone who could not honor the verdict by the ECOWAS Court, he championed the removal of Chief Justice. Wow.
Thank you.
It's a time.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. Let's take another person here. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
This is Ambassador Princeton Blair Bowman Jim calling from the United States.
Go ahead, sir. Let's hear you.
All right. Whereas we still with the National Election Commissioner with an assigned constitutional obligation to ventilate the results in Neighbor County, we want to appreciate the citizens of Neighbor County for peacefully conducting the electoral proceedings. The result of this election have nothing to do with the reconciliation in Neighbor. So as such, we the citizens are calling the Honorable Vice President to totally unite Neighbor. A united Neighbor, in my opinion, is the best option. So whosoever won the election, we embrace, we welcome, but we need Neighbor to be united. Now, on the other side, the Supreme Court today gave decision in a landmark case. Look, my brother, Liberia is all we have. The Constitution is a supremacy of our country. So we must respect Constitution. We must respect the mandate, because the reason you have the three branches of government and assigned judiciary responsibility is to interpret the law in the mix of conflict or constitutional or articles of the Constitution have issue to be interpreted. So the framer of the Constitution clearly gave this position to the Supreme Court. So I'm calling upon the majority bloc to be law-abiding, respecter of the rule of law and democracy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's hold you there. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Let's take this person. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah. That's how you doing?
Yes, sir. I'm doing good, Mr. Bradley.
You see the three branches of our government cannot force one to do what they don't want to do. Today, it was a slap in the face of the other four chief justices of the republic. All right, if you are giving ruling without a fact, and you call in the other people that they are not doing something right, why it is the budget that the majority pass and you are getting paid out of that budget? Why can't you say all of those things is antivirus? But yeah, as I said the last time, the Chief Justice still remains as a Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia until June. Would not have better explanation or definitions about our law in Liberia until she can be removed. Then we will have peace and harmony in our justice system.
Thank you very much for your input tonight on the program. I see the CEO has joined in. CEO, good evening, sir.
Good evening very much, Nelson Colette. How are you doing today, sir?
I can hear you.
Nelson, can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I can hear you now.
You can hear me?
The app was muted.
Yes,
sir.
Okay, so we're good now?
Yeah.
So you want me to start over,
we're
right?
good.
You want me
I
to
think
start over?
you have to start.
All right, thank you very much. Good evening, sir. Good evening, Mr. Nelson Colette. How you doing today?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Say again. May it please your honor, sir. May it please your honor.
Your honor, sir.
I hope we are not having delay, though.
No, we ain't got delay.
Okay.
Everything is good.
The only delay that the majority black. The only delay that the majority black. I think we having delay, Nelson. You're not hearing me.
I can hear you very well.
Okay. Tango, tango.
Tango, tango.
So you see, we haven't delayed Nelson. It take a few seconds before you hear me. So let me get out and come back, okay?
Okay. All right. Okay. So, I see Andy Glenny, yo. Welcome. Your best friend on the 40 formula coming on to now.
Hey, Jesus. Hello, Nancy. Hello, everybody. Lord, I can't take photo today, I swear. I already took my motoring.
Your best friend coming on tonight. But yeah, I think the connection is good from your end.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know what Cynthia is hearing because I could hear you. So I don't know what he's saying.
Yeah, but I believe
anyway, we are here.
It's gonna be better. Yeah.
We are here to discuss the issues that matter in the country. Smarty like brother, I admit.
The issues can finish, you know.
They can't finish. Somebody say Liberia is the like people in Liberia, we act on impulse. We got a story for every 3 days. Yeah. Jesus.
Now I need your blessing to have my own portion. You will carry my load. You will carry my load.
You say you will be my
God. Now I need your blessing to have my own portion.
They will carry that load.
You will carry my load. He said, you will be my friend. Now I need your blessing to have my own portion. And somebody called Kerry Adam, man. We need some music and singing here today. Somebody need to call Kerry Adam. You will carry my load.
You say you will be my hero.
Hey! Ready? I'm forgetting that song.
Yeah, I said people are laughing at me because of my troubles. They will make it. They say I will be who I am, but I am not moved by what they say or think about me at all. Into the hills from whence come my help, Lord. My help comes from the Lord who made it. You will carry my load. You will carry my load. We're ready to go. We are.
Now, no. Not tomorrow. No. I need your blessing. No. I need your blessing. But you know, now I want to say to all, listen, we're going to have a special program today, right? I want to say to all of you, Richard Kuhn is from the southeastern part of the country. Jeremiah Kuhn is from the southeastern part of the country. And I'm hearing that a Supreme Court Chief Justice, she has some lineage from the southeastern part of the country likewise. So I like to do this song for them. Let's go straight into it. And when you get Kerry Adam, then you can let me know. But right now, we're going to go straight to the LRB folk song. Let's get into it right now.
Folk song, man.
We got this is DJ Angle. Something is happening here. Nande Agio. Somebody not eat it before. Somebody will eat it. Listen. We gotta do another angle. There's a DJ angle that thing, man. What is happening in our country is so unique, folks. We gotta play this music. We just gotta celebrate because you know what? I do believe the law will be the law. Say anything you want to say. The law will be the law. You cannot change it. I mean, you cannot change it. Period. So all we're gonna do today, we just say, wake up. And we're just gonna go to
old folk song, man. Do it, and that's how you do it, folks. Listen, you gotta share this thing. We are getting in Zico.
Some prayer that would be great.
Benny is listening to something. Glenny, mute yourself, please. We are getting in Zico. This is the best thing we can do ever. I want to say to all of you, it's going to be a great show tonight. A wonderful show tonight. Wherever you find yourself, man, Beatrice T. Platt. Continue to share the thing now. Jacqueline Stern, share the show. Justina Connor is in the house. Victoria Blama Cooper is here with us. Emma Flying. Rufus Wesley. Mary M. Tay, Jefferson Saki. Yasa is here as well. Anthony Nimler is here. Philip Bala as always. You have to be in Zico. Review is here. Review change is here. Zil Cavill Jr. and Jordan Smith. Everybody, we want to say welcome, Sam Zoe, Elijah Sai. I'm thinking like I'm in. The Papa Western Tap and say, you think you're in Rukutan? Yes. I'm thinking like I'm in Rukutan right now. We just want you to share. Tippos Dempster, thank you for joining us. Adolphus Thomas is here as well. Man Jenny's son is here. 100. Raz Cody Jr. is here. Lincoln, Tamu Jada, Farm Say, Lou. Weekly Chill, Charm is here, Ruth Goba is here, Philip Gibson is here, Patawi is here, Sean King, Eva Brahma is in the house, Pure Campbell, Cynthia Freeman. Oh, we want to welcome all of you. We're going to be having a wonderful show today. Somebody not you there before. That's all let me go. What a genre people. Somebody will you there again. You guys got in the back of that. They want some making do that thing. But those are the things I can play at the party. So listen, they're doing it for the party. I want to say to all of you, somebody say I want to play Sweet Casalio. I ain't get out of song. Glenny, you know it? Sweet Casalio.
I will look for it. Let me look for it. It said not for Coelho. Sweet, that's how I leave. And not for go alone.
I don't know that other song, but again, we want to welcome all of you. Today we'll be starting a wonderful show. In the middle of the show, don't forget, we're going to bring in Edwin Melvin Snow. The senator will be here. We're going to be calling all the senators then to join us. All the lawmakers will be here. We're going to have Sam Jackson. Uncle Sam will be joining us. We're going to bring in our Carlos most great. Dr. Bopla will be in the house. Glennie is here already. Clinton is coming on. Abdullah Mame, Paul Kennedy. Today, I received information that the Richardson said she's teaching today. She at work, so she will be off. But I want to say to all of you, thank you for joining us. We're going to have a wonderful show. The Supreme Court, the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court. I beg you, man, you please leave me with your name election-based thing, Glennie. I thought I feeling without one night, Glennie. Hey, Glennie, y'all leave me with a Nima thing. Nima people that solve their own problem. But off the bat, I want you to listen. That's it. I'm saying the video, can you please be uploading them? The one from the Supreme Court, everything, please. I just want you to listen off the back. There was a decision today from the Supreme Court. As you can see, everybody is waiting for this. Continue to share the show. The Supreme Court, whether you have the Speaker Richard Kuhn or Speaker Funati Kofa, today the Supreme Court came down big with the Bill of Information, giving the final clarification. They clarified what they meant, and they said, no. You are not the Speaker. That's big. You are not the Speaker. So again, as you can see here and there, it has been confirmed, affirmed, reaffirmed. Yes, indeed, our Funati Kofa remained the Speaker of the Republic of Liberia. This is the fact. This is from the Supreme Court. Now, people saying Richard Combs say, yeah, okay, we'll get into the conversation. But let's listen to Funati briefly before we're going to get into the thing step by step, line by line, precinct by precinct. But let's just listen to Speaker J. Funati Kofa.
To Almighty God, in genuine respect and love for our country, endowed in a resilient and good people. Today, the Supreme Court of Liberia reaffirmed and upheld the rule of law in what has been termed the legislative impasse. As we have pledged, the ruling of the court will be our last bus stop, and the court has ruled, effectively recognizing that our leadership holds the constitutional mandate of the first branch of government, and we welcome that ruling. We are truly grateful to God, who has given us the strength over the past 6 months to endure the endurable and suffer the insufferable. To my colleagues who have stood up for the rule of law at great peril to their political and financial lives, my sincere salute. Societies become great when ordinary men and women rise up to do extraordinary things. Today you walk into history with the wind at your back and the thanks of a grateful nation. To the hundreds of thousands of Liberians here and around the world who on bended knees prayed with us, texted a word of encouragement, held us up lest we fall, and believed in us, we are truly grateful. Without you, this advancement in our democracy would not have been possible. We will always remember, we will always be proud, and we will always be your servants. To our colleagues on the other side, we identify with your just grievances and call on you to join us and end the stalemate at Capitol Hill. Come, let us reason together. In the words of President John F. Kennedy, remembering on both sides that civility is not a sign of weakness and sincerity is always subject to proof. Let us not negotiate out of fear, but let us not fear to negotiate. I will reach out to Deputy Speaker Thomas Falla and Honorable Richard Kuhn so that we establish a joint reconciliation and transitional committee. I am not unmindful that reconciliation and progress may require that I make the ultimate sacrifice, and I am not unwilling to pay that price. But please let us show this nation how democracies are built. May the Almighty God bless the works of our hands and save the Republic.
We want to say to all of you, we will be having some very, very interesting show today. I want you to be part of the program. What has happened in our country and what continues to happen is only because of you. We are here, and because of you, the country is still called Liberia today. Make no mistake. Do not shy away from that which is legal. Do not shy away from that which is just, that which is fair. Remember, on this 18th of December 2024, the Capitol building got burned. Something you are not seeing since 1957. The Capitol building was burned down. December 18, 2024. Where we are today, it takes only leadership, courage. Where we are today, to have a better, peaceful nation, to have a prosperous nation, we must all speak truth to power. What has happened is disgraceful. What has happened is not only wickedness, but it's one of the worst things that will go down in our own history as Liberian for more generations to come. Don't be afraid. Say it as you see it. We all should uphold the law. We all should respect our Constitution. Today, the Supreme Court came down with the ruling and clarification on the Bill of Information. I see folks that were law-abiding citizens yesterday have decided to be lawbreakers today. Folks that ran with the information that we all should uphold this law, this Constitution in our country, have decided for the sake of party, for the sake of relationship, and just for the sake of pure greed, to exploit the people. We have taken side. So where are you, my fellow Liberians? Where are you when it comes to the speakership? Where are you when it comes to this country? In 4 years' time, we will be going for another election. We have so many clips during the election time that President Barker said he will uphold the law. He will respect the Constitution. With the ruling today, we expect the president to do that which is right. For the sake of country, for the sake of the Liberian people, President Barker should do that which is right. So the show today will be your show. We don't want another burning down of the Capitol building. We don't want another burning down of the country. We are not asking for another October, April 6, World War I, World War II. We can get it right. All the Liberian people are asking for is to uphold the rule of law. So we call on President Barker in this time to please uphold the rule of law. We call on President Barker to respect the Constitution, that which he promised the Liberian people. Our president is 80 years old. What more? Man of wisdom and understanding, over 40 years of governmental experience. What more? This decision should be President Barker's decision and his decision alone to make. This decision should be from the belly of President Barker. We remember when Oswald Tuah, the Justice Minister, brought down his opinion. What happened? We remember when Kofi Woods, the former human rights activist, advised the president to work alongside with the majority black. What happened? We remember Bushman Keita advising the president. What happened? Are these guys sincere? Are these guys really love Liberia? Are they in it for the people? Are they in it for the legacy of the president? But I will leave that with you, my fellow Liberian. As you join us to share this show, to be part of this program, I'm going to leave it with you. If you love Liberia, speak truth to power. And I understand and I know we will have a wonderful show today. Liberia deserves better. Sure will. Liberia deserves better. Says Glennie, let's get on to the show. Let's have a wonderful show as we move on to discuss the Supreme Court, the MCC compact we learned today, just late this afternoon. Again, the government through DOC is shutting down Foreign Aid Agency MCC. That is gone. They are shutting it down. We're going to, again, I don't know how we get that 500 million MCC money. The agency is offering voluntary early retirement or deferred resignation to its 320 employees and planning to terminate grant to developing countries around the world. Once this is up, it's gone, Glennie. It finished. They will not support the MCC grant to foreign nation. We'll go over the NIMBA story a little bit. We saw some report from the National Election Commission. We'll bring you those reports, and you know where you are, whether it's EDIP or whether we can say it's Samakoga. The chairperson of the EDIP campaign, Emmanuel Yato, will be speaking to us briefly. Since Glennie, welcome to the show. As we wait for the others to join us, we will start the program. Glennie?
Hello, everybody. It's good to be on. Today is a very historical day in Liberia. When growing up, I grew up in the home of a lawyer. My father rose to the rank of Associate Justice of Liberia, who grew up respecting the law, who grew up, if you had an opportunity to speak to a lawyer, it was a proud, very proud moment. That, oh, you felt so good. I felt good growing up as a girl, a young girl that I had. My father was connected to big lawyers, people that made the law, and I was extremely proud of them. And it saddens me to see some of the denigration today of the Supreme Court justices that is being said. And it's being said not by ordinary people, but by government officials. I mean, you can hit the ruling, but don't disrespect the individuals. You can have issues with what their opinion is, and that's fine. You're entitled to that. But when you bring them disrepute and disdain and disrespect as an official of the government, it says a lot about who you are as someone who wants to respect the rule of law. I also want to say that, I mean, we're going to go into the conversation, but I was just taken aback today by some of the outcries that we heard from people of the majority bloc. And then you see also that Funati Kofa, I think, was honorable in giving a statement, issuing a statement to what the ruling was. And then we subsequently have been reading what Kuhn said, and the fact that he's not going to accept the ruling as if to say he has a choice. It's we'll get into the show. There's so many things to discuss and talk about it, but it's just for me today, as a daughter of a lawyer, it was just very, and some of those people in their seat, I would never even have an opportunity to meet them. Ever. Some of them, I met them probably because of my dad, and I know of them. But to just see people bring disrepute to the Supreme Court bench today was just very, very wrong. I also want to comment, people say a lot about President Weah. I'm not a fan of President Weah when he was president. But see what he did today. He has issued a statement encouraging President Boyka to follow the law, follow the ruling. We have not heard from President Boyka. Is it because I would think that President Boyka would have issued a statement by now, because this is a huge case. This is something everybody's been looking forward to talking about. Or maybe he will do it tomorrow, or maybe the press secretary will say something. But just today, for me, it is the ruling. I also, Stanton talked about it, the elections in Nima County. For me, everybody already know I supported Edith. And until the announcement is made by NEC, I'm saying that there's no winner. I mean, whatever side of the aisle you're on, if you're for Koga, you will say Koga. I'm for Edith. I'm not saying Edith has won. I'm saying the Elections Commission will determine who the winner is. And that's what we need to promote, and that's what we need to encourage people to do. Wait for the correct bureau, the people that have the authority to do this thing. Wait for them to make the announcement. And if you decide not to, that's on you. But the people of Nima County have voted. Some of us who are not from there, we supported whoever candidate we supported. I supported it not because I'm from Nima. I supported Edith because I'm a Liberian. And Nima County is here. So we're looking forward to a very great show today. I went to work early and came early because today I didn't want to be late at all. I want to be in all the juice today. Come on. Come boy, ready.
So what is juice? What is juice?
All the juice are coming. In that juice we're talking here. The majority black. I hope the majority black people, some of them coming home. Because I took 4,000 off on you.
Glenny, this is very serious, Glenny.
Yes, it is.
This is the issue that destroys a nation. You can say anything you want to say, my fellow Liberians. These are the things that you need to talk about. What would President Boyka say? What would President Boyka do? I see a lot of people are asking the question, what would the president do? The president got a lot to do. The president can either save the country or destroy the country. And I just want to wait, because I don't want to get into this thing. Then, Glenn, people start coming on, then I have to wait again. But what can the president do? What will the president do? President Boyka arrived back home today from Ghana. He came home purposely because a decision has to be made. Don't mind people that are all on Facebook saying the nonsense about the Supreme Court. That is the Supreme Court, the biggest, the largest, the final bus stop when it comes to legal issue in the country. The Supreme Court, very, very clear. You see, I'm just dancing around because I want to give the latecomers. I'm sitting there in the bag. Somebody we have not seen for long. I don't know what I should bring him on. Governor Clinton, a gracious sedition. I don't know what I should bring him on, but it's good to see you, Governor.
Thank you very much, Stanton. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Only one we can hear the children yelling in the back when Governor is on. But again, I just want to say this to everyone. What do you think? What do you think the president should do to you, our fellow Liberians? The president said, I will not get involved. Then he got involved. The president said, it's not my business. Then it was his business. The president said, well, I will sit back and watch that. That's a different branch of government. Seriously? But now it's over. The Supreme Court said today that Richard Kun is illegal. Very, very clear. The Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, and it ran around like crazy in the region and in the international wire. All the embassies around the world, they were watching. It's not about ultra-viruses again, no. They were straight up, Glenny, that Richard Kun is an illegal speaker. Can you give me Richard Kun's photo? I told you guys put it up. They were very clear, Glenny. There was no shortcut to the interpretation. The conclusion of the Supreme Court opinion and judgment of December 6, 2024 is that any sitting or action by the majority black to the exclusion of Speaker J. Fanati Kofa, the duty elected presiding officer of the House of Representatives, while he is present and available to preside, is unconstitutional and without the peril of the law, period. What would President Bwaka do? Now, Buju Bank want to carry all kinds of fancy argument. I think President Bwaka should fire Buju Bank Keita. He's a bad legal advisor. But we're going to come to that. No, seriously. I think President Bwaka should immediately dismiss Buju Bank Keita. President Bwaka should immediately dismiss or call for the resignation of the Justice Minister, because I think the president either want to do this or the president should forget about legacy. What would President Bwaka do? What should President Bwaka do? And I think Jeremiah Kun got to get involved in this thing, because you know what? This is on his shoulder too. This is on Jeremiah Kun's shoulder. He's the #1 advisor to President Bwaka. What is he telling the president? Let it go, don't get involved, continue to supply, continue to work along with Richard Kun. When the Supreme Court, in the wisdom of the court, when Sienna Yo, the Chief Justice, that the conclusion of the Supreme Court, I don't want to go anywhere else. I know you guys come to talk. I want to talk to Joe Allman, Joe Bwaka. I want to talk to Uncle Joe. I want to talk to the president. You can save Liberia or you can destroy Liberia today. As per this ruling, that the conclusion of the Supreme Court opinion and judgment of December 6, 2024 is that any setting or action by the majority black Richard Kun, James Collette, for the family, and the rest of them, to the exclusion of Speaker Jeff Fanati Kofa, the duly elected presiding officer of the House of Representatives, while he is present, and that is very, very interesting, and available to work. Available means he can preside. It's unconstitutional, it's illegal, it is unlawful, and without the peril of the law. Somebody right now, if it is not the president, the first lady, the vice president, the second lady, his children, somebody should be in the president's ear. Because you know what? I do not trust the president advisor, not Buju Bank. Buju Bank should be placed on sanction, not Kofi Woods. Kofi Woods should be placed on sanction, and not the justice minister, because he should be banned for life. These guys are there to destroy President Joseph Yima Bwaka. Only when the president accepts it. We should call on the American, we should call on Washington, D.C., we should call on everybody that have ears to those in authority in D.C., that these advisors to the president, they have come with one intent: to burn down our country, to create more wars, to create more trouble for our people. Make no mistake. What can President Bwaka do? It's just one line. It's just one. Listen, I don't talk about people that posting on social media. No. This is not, don't tell me about Mo Ali. No. This is not about Mo Ali. Mo Ali is beneath when it comes to this distinction. Don't tell me about Mo Ali. Don't tell me about Stephen Johnson. No. This is our chat room argument we can do. They will go on Facebook. That's fine. This is about President Joseph Yima Bwaka, that on the 22nd of January 2024 stood in front of the executive mansion and he took the oath of office and he said, I swear to uphold. You should finish it. This is about President Boycott. This is about the president's decision. This is a 3 a.m. wake-up call that the president must save the state or the president must agree with his 3 unwise men to destroy the country. So folks, continue to share the show. We're just getting started. It's not even 9:30 yet in the country. It's not even 9:20 yet. Listen, I'm like you. My blood is boiling. If you love President Joseph Yema Boyka, you'll get angry. For who? For Richard Kuhn, that have exploited and he have taken away from the budget $8 million in less than 6 months, that they cannot give account for it. President Boyka wants to destroy his legacy for Richard Kuhn. Richard Kuhn, he wants to destroy the good image that people hold him to just because of Richard Kuhn. The man that steal money and buy bush meat he called car. He gave money to some that hustler on the side to buy him those cars that is sold from America. This is the man that President Boyka want to hang up with. Are you kidding me? For Richard Kuhn, President Boyka want to go down as the worst president in the history of Liberia since Judiciary time. It's because of Richard Kuhn. They are destroying the Lord. They are destroying, disrespectful to the very, very justice today that defended them. They call him a liquor justice. This is why he's saying it's a kenju, it's a liquor talk today. Because I will say to all of you, we'll be able to have a wonderful show. I do believe that this is on the shoulder of Jeremiah Kuhn. I do believe the vice president should be held responsible for that decision the president is going to make. Our country deserves better. People respect Jeremiah Kuhn. People beginning to believe in him. As the chief advisor to the president, what would Jeremiah Kuhn tell the president? So let me bring you in, Councilor Clinton, and welcome retired Colonel Aaron McGray. Our sister Glenn will be back. It's no joke today. You know, we had our share. We laugh, we joke, but this is Liberia we are talking about. And this is Liberia that we shouldn't do it because our friends. This is Liberia that we shouldn't do it because our relative. We shouldn't do it because somebody have robbed us. We should do it from the conscience of our heart, for the love of country, for the love of people. We should speak truth to power. Clayton, talk to me.
Look, Stanton, this is a great day for the rule of law. It's a great day for our democracy. We say from the very onset of this entire incident at the legislature that members of the majority bloc were proceeding around it. The law was on the side of Speaker Kofi. We made that point over and over again that you know, Thomas Falai and the rest of the people, James Collet and the rest of the guys were acting outside of the constitutional confines. Today, the Supreme Court affirmed that position. Today, the Supreme Court sent a very clear message to those people who are acting outside of the law that they will not stand for that Liberia is a country of laws. And it is not on the president. I see surrogates of the president I strongly trying to downplay the decision of the Supreme Court. Again, they're making another play at removing the executive as not having any part to play. But you can't remove the executive. The president is the chief executive, is head of state and government. And the president took an oath to uphold and protect and defend the Constitution of Liberia. When the Supreme Court of Liberia rules, that becomes the law of the land. The president has a constitutional duty to enforce that decision. Now, there's a lot of questions, about what the Supreme Court cannot force a majority bloc to sit under the gavel, and the president has nothing to do with that. No one is asking the president to drag, members of the majority, but the president controls the security. It was the president's security police director and SAS people who removed Speaker's Kofi. So it was the president's minister of finance who withheld salaries upon the instructions of members of the legislature. It was the president's officials who appeared before the majority black while the entire squabble was going on. So the executive has a major role to play, and the president has a very cardinal role to play. The first thing this president needs to do is to release a statement recognizing the decision of the Supreme Court and recognizing Speaker Kofi, and everything will fall into place. It is on him. I think Stanton, you made the point tonight. I think his legal advisor let him down. This on the part in my opinion, it's just willful ignorance. I don't think folks like Bujiba and Keita or the Minister of Justice were ignorant to what the interpretation of the court, the ruling of the court at the time was. I think people were being disingenuous, we've been political. But the chicken, you know what they say, the chicken have come to roast. The Supreme Court pushed back because I think this court felt disrespected because the court know these people and the court knew very well that they understood its initial ruling and they were trying to undermine, politicize the court. And this is a strong pushback from the court with this clarity.
Okay, thank you very much, Clinton. Let's bring in Evan Gray. We'll go back to our sister Glendy. We're going to stick with this conversation. Again, don't forget, Yato will be coming on shortly to give us some overview update from Nemat. Yato is the campaign manager for the Edith Ganga Wakan. We will be speaking to the Press Union of Liberia president. He will appear, Judas will appear briefly. Then we will bring in Senator Edwin Mervyn Snow. We'll call other lawmakers who will contribute likewise. But again, this show is about the Liberian people. I want us to open the phone line shortly that we can go straight into them and hear them. This is a big one today. What is happening in our country? You must be part of it. Colonel Gray, talk to us.
Well, Stanton, thank you so much. Good day, everyone. Glendy, hi. Stanton, today, of course, is the birthday of my wife, so I may or may not stay to the end of the show.
Even better.
Yeah.
Even better.
I know. So, but yes, that said, I think this is a somber moment for our country. We knew this all along. We said it in different ways, but people love to indulge, especially the new generation who did not see the war. They only heard about it. Those who are descendants of slaves, for instance, today will not have the same mindset as their grandfather and great grandfather and so on who endured slavery. So those who heard about the war, really don't know what the war is all about. They may have, secondary notion of war, but they did not feel it. So these are some of the situations that lead to conflict in a nation. One guy say you can even brutalize or even end the life of someone in the legislature as long as it's within their chamber and not subjected to the law. You cannot be arrested after that, whether you are leaving from there or going there. Those kinds of quack way of looking at the law sometimes is what brew conflict. Every branch of government, even down to the executive, is subject to the law. And if the body cloaked with the responsibility of interpreting the law, you're saying they don't have jurisdiction over me, then you're law and gospel to yourself. May as well just go on the floor there instead of preaching about legislative matter, jump on somebody that you've been setting for, whip him nicely, because you're not going to get in trouble. I don't know if any law will support those kinds of ideas. But the Supreme Court itself, that has the responsibility of interpreting what the law is all about, has made it clear. When they said ultra virus, people are just finding wiggle room just to delay, their own self-ego. But to be frank, this issue was clear from day one that those people were acting out of the law. They were law and gospel to themselves. And I'm glad we pushed the Supreme Court to make it very clear this time so that nobody would twist and turn around. What is the law? It's their own responsibility. If you want to make law, but you don't want others to interpret the law, then why should we respect the law you make? No wonder they give themselves so much salary, lofty salary, because that idea, that mentality that we can do anything, nobody will question us. But this is the time they should listen. Otherwise, they'll plunge society into chaos, Stanton. I hope we don't get that far.
And again, I will take it from me before going to Sis Glendy. Nelson, do we have Chairman Yato in studio? We need to bring him on. We got a lot to cover today. I'm seeing that Julius Kule Konomba is joining in. We'll be speaking to Representative Tengbe to do away with this nearby election real quick. But I also want to say something is happening. If the president have to be in charge, Glendy. I'm not going to talk to any minister or director. This is above the pay grade. I'm not going to talk to them. This is about the president. The decision is for the president to take, Glendy. The president ordered that the cars be removed from Fonati Kofa and be given to who? Richard Kuhn. It was okay for them to break into Fonati office. It was okay for them to do all the necessary stuff. Well, the president now should revise and do that which is right. Talk to me, Glendy.
So there are a couple of things that happened today. And there's something too that happened when Vice President Kuhn was here. If some of us remember, there was an interview that he did. And this question was asked to him. With everything that's happening with the courts, if the court made a decision today that Richard Kuhn is illegal, this entire majority black is illegal, what should we expect from the executive branch? And Vice President Kuhn said that the Supreme Court is the final arbiter of the law. So what he was saying that is that when the Supreme Court rules, we will follow it. We will ensure that the law is followed. Today, we also heard Senator Dillon saying that. He was probably not the first one that responded to the ruling that as far as he's concerned, for Nati Kofa, because the courts have now spoken, Kofa is the speaker proper. So we can assume based on this that the senators, we can almost say we know what some of the senators are thinking, where they're going to go. They're going to go with the law. And if the vice president have already made that public, we do not expect Joseph Boyka, who is the president of the country, we should not expect him to say something different because his second man in command has already said this. There's an interview he did that said that, but this is serious. When you're hearing Richard Kuhn coming and saying that he will not accept the ruling, that's dangerous for our country. It's dangerous. We must condemn that statement. We must condemn whatever he's saying. We're not going to sit by and allow him to plunge our society and our country into chaos for the length of time they've already done it. Who is Richard Kuhn that he can come and say the Supreme Court of Liberia has now ruled and he say, I'm not going to accept your ruling? You don't have the luxury to do that. You don't have that. You are illegal. You're null and void. Everything you've done. Now, there are other things, some things they're talking about. People are talking about the budget. I'm not a lawyer, but come on, I can say it. If the budget was not an issue before the Supreme Court, when this case with Kufa was there, they would not have addressed that. Now, what somebody can do, a lawyer or anybody can go now and challenge the Supreme Court and say, are you also now saying that the budget is illegal? Because since you've now declared the people who signed for this budget as illegal, should we now consider? So it's one thing at a time. I get a person, oh, they're taking pay, but that was not before them. It was not before them for them to discuss it. Now that we have a ruling, people now can go back to them and say, so in this case, what do we do with the budget of Liberia that has passed? What can the senators do? And then also the senators also have a right to look into it. We passed a budget that are now saying the person who passed it was null and void. What do we do? I'm sure I like that Honorable Snow is coming on with the vast knowledge that he has. I'm sure he's going to throw some light on it. But they just told me where some of the senators are based on Senator Dillon's response and also based on the vice president's response, that there will be no way that they will not honor the ruling of the courts. So the majority black, as far as I'm concerned, they're on their own. They don't have a luxury of refusing or denying what the ruling says.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Glenny. Guys, we're gonna squeeze everything in the best way we can. It's very important for you to understand that we welcome you to Spawn Talk. We love your comments. We love your posts. Again, please continue to share the show. Just go out there and share the show. Facebook, YouTube, and all of the radio station. Bring in somebody when you are in the neighborhood. Put your radio on the loud volume and bring somebody in to listen. Where's our trouble? Our trouble is right within the executive and the House of Representatives or the Senate. Where can you find our trouble? When our country is declining, run to the legislature, run to the executive. When our country cannot govern accordingly, ask Mr. President why. The only man on earth in Liberia right now that can dismiss and fire, that's the president. All those he appointed. So the question remains, is President Bouaga afraid of his advisors? You appointed them. Is President Bouaga afraid of his advisor? I want you to see clear. Who are the president advisor? Who telling the president? You remember? This guy. If you follow us by radio, his name is Oswald Twe. You remember? He wrote an opinion. He's the justice minister. I don't know where he came from. I sent him a text today. I said, you either advise the president of the railway or the president need to remove you. That's what I told him in my text today. This guy, Oswald Twe, his advice to the president and the Senate was all declined today by the Supreme Court. Oswald Twe got his own money. Oswald Twe, he doesn't need a job. He's saying that President Bouaga begged him to take the job. So therefore, he would do as he please. But listen to the Chief Justice, CNN, Ngape Yo. I hope I pronounced that middle name right. The Attorney General opinion, for which the self-styled majority black. Now listen to how she called them. Self-styled, like they are their homeboys. They're gangster. I think she meant gangsterism, but she called it short and said self-styled. Majority black is acting on is of no relevance to this court. All that nonsense. The justice minister, this justice minister put out, Clinton, the chief justice saying it's all gangsterism. It's all nonsense. I mean, how can President Bouaga be so deceived? Clinton, how can a corporate lawyer receive a 40-something-year-old experienced government worker, serve as vice president, president of the Senate? He was in the war room with Madame Salim for 12 years. How can someone like Oswald Twe deceive him? That's not only scenario. Madam Wolokori, the person that was appointed by President Bouaga, her name is Clinton Johnson. She disagreed with the president. Nancy, can you give me the picture, the Supreme Court member's picture, please? So, I mean, what's going on in our country? President Bouaga appointed Clinton Johnson and said, you'll be my first pick for the bench, right? Governor Clinton, you know how big it is here in America. Justice Nanga passed away, may his soul rest in peace. President Bouaga looking up his own friend Kobe Johnson wife, Councilor Johnson. President said, I'll make you a justice. Put her there. Today, the woman said, Mr. President, you are wrong. The person you're working with, by the name of Richard, what's his last name? Coon. He is illegal alien to that position. That man, he's from Mexico. Oh, to my Mexico friend, I'm sorry. But that man is an illegal alien. Everything that he's doing is illegal. He beat on his wife. He left his wife. The wife left him. The wife sued him. He stole $8 million. He started building his new property. He is an illegal resident, an illegal member when he holds that position called Speaker. Justice Clinton said it. Justice Clinton said it. Joseph Yima Bwaka, President Bwaka on homepage, reminded him today, Clinton. Hey, Clinton, are you related to her? Her name is Clinton too now. I don't know you're into there, but let me just take a break, Clinton.
Look, Stanton. Look, I'm surprised that the executive mansion has not released a statement. This is a matter of national urgency. This is an issue that the entire country, the attention of the entire country, has been drawn to for months. You know, the entire country, and I'm tempted to say Liberians around the world have been following this thing and waiting on the Supreme Court to rule. This is so much important. The propensity of this thing to cause chaos in our country. Already we have a constitutional crisis, but one would think that there will be a statement from the executive mansion, but now, right after the Supreme Court ruling. I'm surprised that the president's advisors have not advised him to release a statement, but there should have been a statement from the mansion recognizing the opinion of the Supreme Court and affirming the president's commitment to uphold the rule of law. And like you said, while a lot of these folks who want to remove the president from the situation, like you said, it's the president who withdrew the security. He controls the executive. The security forces are under him. He can start to take some actions, including the same thing he did with Fonati. They can begin to withdraw security forces from Richard Coon. And that's why when people talk about the strength of the majority bloc and what they can do, look, it is the backing of the executive that gives them a lot of strength. Once the executive begins to move, once the president withdraws his security, once the president starts to order his officials to work with Fonati, Kofa, that group of people, they have no backbone, and that in those were the actions of the executive in the first place that emboldened them to continue this entire fight. But now it's right back to the president. He has an important decision to make. He needs to make it fast. I'm surprised, like I said, that they haven't already released a statement. Again, we already know what's happening in the background. You can see it on the social media today. High officials that we see sit with the president all the time are making these very disrespectful statements to the Supreme Court. They are downplaying it. I'm tempted to say downright insulting of the Supreme Court with their comments, But that's a sad reality, and this is my disappointment in this administration. A lot of people have said, well, why some of us have not supported this regime. This is the reason. These are a group of people who have never been interested in transforming Liberia. It's always been about removing a certain group of people from power so that they can take power and cling onto power. It's never been about democracy and the rule of law and the betterment of the lives of the Liberian people. Never. Because if we respect the Supreme Court, if we respect our democratic system, our institutions, then we have to show respect for the highest judicial body in the country. And they've not shown that, and the president needs to move stronger and start to, score some of these officials for some of the comments they're making against the Supreme Court.
Again, thank you very much. Can you at least put that in simple English and Liberian way of talking, please? It will help. You're not in court here. It will help our old man and wanting to understand you. When you're in front of the judge, then you can go.
Uncle Sam is very good at that. I'll let Uncle Sam do that. Uncle Sam, talk to Mawata.
Uncle Sam, Mawata, Uncle Sam, how you doing today?
Well, I'm doing well. I'm very sorry I had an earlier engagement on another thing on another station and one of my views on something. But look, Mawata, Namiri, poor plug. People of Logan Town, people of New Jersey Estate, people of Gardensville, where Richard comes from. We got a serious problem in our country today. The Joseph Boycott government say the Supreme Court, anything the Supreme Court say, they will not do it. The same thing that happened in 1985, 1989. The thing that happened on Child Stealer, where the president believed he is the law, he is the gospel. Richard Kuhn is speaker. Somebody please mute, man. Somebody be mute. Thank you. Richard Kuhn is speaker because Joseph Boyka agreed for him to be speaker. Joseph Boyka is the one that took Fanati's car away from him when his Attorney General, the Minister of Justice, right? When he made that Fiamumu fake ruling to say that the Supreme Court ruling, this is what the Supreme Court say. He lied. The Minister of Justice, the Attorney General lied. He lied to Joseph Boyka. Now Joseph Boyka know now from the Chief Justice, and the one was very, very clear. They were not popping from her muffle. She was speaking good English and simple English. She said everything that they did is unconstitutional. Unconstitutional means the Constitution is the Bible for the country. It's like our 10 commandments. Okay? And anything that Constitution says, only that the Supreme Court can say what it means. The Supreme Court said today that Richard Kuhn is not speaker. It says that J. Fanati Kofa is speaker. The only person on this planet that can show to Richard Kuhn that he's not speaker, that Joseph Boyka, he can take his security detail from him first thing tomorrow morning. He can take the car, the representative one car, he can take it from him tomorrow. He can inform the Ministry of Finance that nothing that Speaker Kuhn will request from the Minister of Finance, they must give it to him. The crisis is over, my people. But the people in the government, my friend Mo Ali there, women pay there, they said, no. The Supreme Court rule and it's unenforceable. You know what they call unenforceable? They say that what the Supreme Court say cannot be enforced. It cannot be enforced because Joseph Boyka will not enforce it. Joseph Boyka will not enforce it. That's the reason why it becomes unenforceable. But if Joseph Boyka does not recognize Kuhn and he recognizes Fanati, let him have finished. Take a car away from him, take the security from him, take his office from him, and finish. It over with. That is as simple. That is the difference between whether we have a stable country or whether we have big confusion in this country here. Because Mawada, as we are speaking, Liberian people say that since Richard Kuhn want to stay in that place over to the Capitol building there, that they will go there, they will move in from there. We don't want that. We're begging them not to do it. We're holding your foot. Don't do it. Y'all wait for President Boyka to act. If he doesn't act within 48 hours, then y'all can go and do whatever you want to do within the ambit of the law. So civil disobedience is allowed under our Constitution. You can express your constitutional rights by peacefully assembling and taking some civil actions against Richard Kuhn. You need to do that. You need to do that within 48 hours. Give President Boyka 48 hours. He just came today from OAU. He probably tired. Get him there tomorrow and the day after, because in 48 hours, if he doesn't take any action, then we know that he agreed for Richard Kuhn and the renegade lawmakers then to throw the Bible for the country, to throw it away. That means there is no more rule of law in this country here. No more rule of law. That means there is no court system, that the lawyers don't mean nothing, the court system don't mean nothing. We are just on our own. This is the law of the jungle. This is the Wild Wild West. 1989, 1990, 1991, 1992 not come again because we don't have any rights and our rights have been trampled upon. But we don't want that. So we are appealing to all of you to give them 48 hours, the president, to see what he will do. That's how I have to say to you.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Thank you very much. Let me say something real quick. Emmanuel Yato had an emergency. He just sent me a message. He was in studio, but he had to leave. He had a very, very important emergency, and he's saying that sorry to us. He had an emergency. He was in studio, but he left. We'll be bringing Julius Koli Konamba. Julius Koli Konamba is the president of the Press Union of Liberia. And then we will be speaking to Kabina Jane. We'll call Kabina Jane and be speaking to him. Then later on, we have the honorable member at 10 p.m., the honorable senator from Bomi County, Edwin Mervyn Snow. So we're going to be having all these different conversations today. I'm not saying you, Julius, you have to go out and come back and enter studio. I believe you are listening to us, but you have to enter studio. All right. So Glenn, let's hear you before I bring Julius on. Once he get ready, then we'll go to Kabina Jana, the former justice of the Supreme Court, and then we'll bring in Bomi County Senator Edwin Mervyn Snow. Glenn.
I think I spoke. It should be Remy. I spoke about it already twice.
Remy spoke also. I'm giving you a second right if you want to say something.
I mean, if everybody is saying a little bit about it, it will be good to hear what other people's perspective on it. We will hope, like Clinton said something that was very important that I found to be intriguing, that such a ruling has not been shared on the executive mansion's page or even by the information minister that I also see on Facebook on different postings concerning in my county. This is a direct affront to the Minister of Information. Such a ruling like this should be shared. It should be shared so that it's not a partisan nature. It's something about the people of Liberia and about the government of Liberia. The Supreme Court has now issued a ruling that should be put out there for the public notice. So I will hope that Pierre and his team will share that information. But the next few days will be very interesting. Hopefully President Boyka will get some rest tonight, and then he will get confronted with the ruling, and then he will be able to issue a statement. It is important. I mean, Weir has done it. Dillon has spoken from the Senate time. Hopefully the pro tempore Yombli Kanga Lawrence will also issue a statement. This is something that concerns all of the branches of government, all of the big people. This is not a partisan issue right now, when the Supreme Court of Liberia has issued a ruling that concerns Liberia. So everybody should say something. Richard Kuhn has spoken, but I think the more somebody said, Uncle Sam said, once President Boyka starts issuing orders and saying do this and do that, maybe they will come to the Jesus moment. The fact that, and then when someone said that the executive cannot enforce, but they were able to enforce for Kofa to get out, so they should be able to do that also. So we're watching. This is history in our country, and we all should be participants on the discussion of what's going forward with this decision from the courts.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Colonel Gray, let's see if you can rest on this thing. We have to bring in the folks out there to listen to them. And again, we will be going into NIMBA. We'll talk about the MCC compact that now the American government is about to slash. So Liberia will not be receiving that. But let's stick to the Supreme Court. We got a lot to discuss from the Supreme Court. Colonel Gray.
You know, Stanton, in a conflict, you always want to hear for a conciliatory tone. Someone who is dropping down their ego and making all the conciliatory statements. I listened to Fanatical for the day. I was moved. My opinion was, why now? Why you didn't do this all along? In fact, just before coming to Spoon, hauling all those privacy outside. Probably that was why I exacerbated this. But even at that, he's saying, look, let's meet and form a committee that will transition to a new House of Congress. There's nothing more suitable to hear than that. This is the guy who's supposed to be arrogant, supposed to say, this is mine. I was duly elected, so I was not duly disposed of, so therefore I'm still the legitimate speaker. But you see that sign of conciliation from him. That tells you that he's willing to let go. But the other guy is like his life is tied to it. If he's not hold on to this position as speaker, he probably will go to hell, and his whole family depend on it. So he's saying, we're not going to listen to that. In a conflict, when you have those kinds of intransigence, you want to be able to find a vaccine moment that will end up that part, because both sides are supposed to be saying, look, I'm not interested anymore, but for the survival of the state, we'll find new leadership in the House. If he wants to hold on to it, then let him commit himself to the process of election, not to come by some acclamation from look. Like I said, this anointing of Speaker Kuhn, or Mr. Kuhn, was one of the most white ballots so far that I've heard in that body of governance. Look, everybody, the speaker position is something that people tussle for. But the guy, nobody stood against him. The job by acclamation is the speaker. That tells you something was wrong. And you know what? For now, he's saying, let's come together, let's appoint a new leadership, a transitional leadership, and so we can have peace and tranquility in the state. If he's still holding on to that, which means he's the guy. So the president is who's supposed to put a check to him. Look, let the chips fall where they may. But I think President Barker will have to nail this on the head and let us go move forward as a country. Look, he's doing quite a bit.
Thank you.
For a body like that to hold him hostage, it will affect his legacy. You should not allow that. President Barker can do better for the state.
Congress, thank you. You brought something to our attention. That's Speaker Kofa and the purported Speaker Richard Kuhn, like the Supreme Court called him. In the middle, let justice be done to all men. Temple of justice. Congress, you know, I'm the Bible man. When I sit, I have to read a story in the Bible all the time. You know, you remind me of something. There was a case in the Bible that it took to Solomon, 2 women and a child. What did Solomon say in his wisdom? Split the baby in 2. The real mother said no. If she said that's a baby, give it to her. The fake mother said, oh, yes, kill the baby. Because there was no motherly love, no pain, nothing. So she said, kill the baby. Speaker Kofa is saying to President Barker and the nation, I am ready for us to transition. I can even step out. I can resign. Let's go to an election. If Richard Kuhn think that he has the majority on his side, and to lay this to rest, Mr. President Joseph Yema Barker, allow them, tell them to go to an election. My fellow Liberians, we are in a serious mess here. This is easy. If Richard Kuhn believes that he gets 50 men and women that are willing to support him, hey, if Richard Kuhn believes that he has the people, I want you to take a look and just understand the story of Solomon. Richard Kuhn should be the one to say, Fanatic over, let's go for an election. Let's have election. And Fanatic will say, you know what? I am not going to take part. I'm recruiting myself. I will only preside. You can find yourself a new speaker. Richard Kuhn, you're allowed to be in the race. If these guys love Liberia, if Richard Kuhn is not in it for his own greed, my fellow Liberians, talk to your lawmaker, talk to your leaders, talk to your representative and your senator. I will say to you today, Mr. President, you need to tell Richard Kuhn that they should go for an election and put this to an end. Uncle Sam, am I making a mistake here?
Of course not. Everything rests in the hands of President Barker because the executive is the one that enforces. The only reason why Unity Partisans are saying that the ruling of the Supreme Court is unenforceable because the executive will not enforce it. That's all. That's what they're depending upon. Because if President Barker acknowledges that Speaker Kofa is the speaker, then he will inform the Ministry of Finance that any communication coming from this renegade speaker should not be accepted. Simple as that. and the security detail and all the other emoluments that they give to a Speaker Coon should be withdrawn from him immediately. That will be abiding by the rule of law of the Constitution. Simple as that. There will be no halala. But if President Boycott continues to address the renegade, the outlaw speaker as speaker, continues to do business with him, continue to send communication to him, and recognizes him as the speaker, then the crisis continues.
But Uncle Sam, Granny, Clinton, and the Reverend Gray, why would President Boycott, a decent 80-year-old president, serve for 12 years, understand the legislature, understand them very well, serve as president for the Senate for 12 years? Why would President Boycott we want to agree to do business with Richard Coon? Something I'm not understanding. In less than 7 months, Richard Coon destroyed that place with $8 million unaccounted for. Why would President Boycott want to do business with him when the president is saying that we will respect the rule of law? I am law-abiding president. Why would President Boycott want? Listen, guys. When the echo was not President Boycott, we heard today that when the ruling came down, it was halfway in to even leave Ghana. You saw when they met the president at the airport, they told all the journalists to turn the phone off. It's that. It was hard for the president to even leave from Ghana, but you must come home, Mr. President. You must leave the people country. The president first expression dropped. When he was sitting in front of Muhammad, and Muhammad detailed to him, he said, listen, the ruling have come from the Liberian Supreme Court. And Richard Coon is no longer the speaker because he's illegal. And here we are. Guys, go back during the election time. How we fought for President Boycott? Because we believe he will be a no-nonsense leader. We believe that he will be that president that will make up his own mind. Is President Boycott in charge today? Do you really think that President Boycott needs Simon Kofi Woods to make decisions for him? Granny, do you think that President Boycott needs Oswald Tuah, the justice minister, to make decisions for him? Is that where we have come as a nation? That Bushman Keita will tell the president, say, you can't say this, you must say this, and the president will turn to Bushman and say, okay? Do you really think that this president is that something is happening with President Boycott yet? Hey, man. I'm going to bring in Julius. I'm going to come to you, Clinton. Let me bring in the union president real quick for a few minutes because they put up this statement. They put up this statement, statement of the Supreme Court ruling regarding House leadership dispute. So let me bring in Julius real quick. Welcome to the show, Julius. How are you doing today? Julius, we are not hearing you. We are not hearing you, Julius.
You need to unmute.
He did, but I think that his speaker playing game. I will bring you back, Julius, once you are all set and ready. Hello? I'm sorry, I don't know if you want to talk through your computer. We are not hearing you. Okay, try to work on it, Julia. Try to work on it and come back. So here we are. I just saw that Senator Snow is in the back, but he was taking call. I want to speak to a former justice, Justice Kabina Janet. I want us to call him real quick before we bring in Senator Snow. Let's call Justice Kabina Janet because he been there before. He know the terrain. He know exactly what's up. So let's listen to Justice KBJ. All right, let's listen to Justice Kabina Janet. Good evening, Justice Kabina Janet. How are you doing today?
Right, trying to keep my head above troubled waters.
No, sometimes necessary for the water to be troubled. It keep you in check. It's good to talk to you, my friend.
Thank you so much.
The Supreme Court ruling is out. I know you're going to join us on Sunday, but briefly, I just give a quick overview. What's your take as former justice on the bench?
Well, firstly, I want to say a big thank you to the Supreme Court bench for speaking in very clear and simple language today, which has made the ruling very, very clear for all to understand exactly what the Supreme Court had said earlier. So today was like an elucidation of what it has stated a couple of weeks back. So I'm happy to join Tom Makuli. I hope that Pennington will be there so that Sunday we can have a very open discussion on this and then the way forward. I'm just troubled by the fact that immediately after the Supreme Court opinion came down, there are still people who want to show intransigence, but we can assure them this ruling will be enforced to its letter. Anyone who stands in its way will be removed. So I'm not worried about that. Now that with the Supreme Court has spoken very clearly, we all will proceed accordingly.
I understand, and thank you very much. I know you will be joining us briefly. You say anyone that stands on the way. Can you talk to us what you mean?
I mean, I was disappointed today when I heard some people. I didn't hear it myself, but I was told by my assistant that there was a statement from Mr. Kuhn, which didn't go well with me as far as compliance is concerned. You know, when the Supreme Court speaks in our country, whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it or not, you have a duty under the law to comply, to obey. It's not an opinion subject to your controversy or disagreement. When the Supreme Court speaks, all of us, including the President of the Republic of Nigeria, must comply.
So you have accepted the Supreme Court ruling, and what do you think the president going to do?
Well, I'd like to see what the president would like to do, and I would encourage him to obey the Supreme Court's order. Today, the Supreme Court said who the speaker is, and that speaker is Councillor Funapi Kopa. So we need to go back there and do exactly what the law says we should do.
Again,
so the president will see the need to do that because he has no option in this matter, none whatsoever.
Do you think the president will do that?
Well, that's my hope. That's my hope. I'd like to give him the benefit of the doubt, though his pattern of conduct over the months has not shown him to be one who does that. But I want to give him the benefit of the doubt on this one.
Again, want to say thank you for the call in. We look forward to seeing you on Sunday, one-on-one, that we can dig deeper into this conversation. Thank you very much, Justice Kabina. You're welcome. Yep. Yep. So we're going to try again with Julius, the president of the press union, before we bring Honorable Snow. Let's see what he can hear. Good evening, my friend. I'm very sorry. You have some very, very serious technical problem. I'm sorry, we are not hearing you at all. We hope that we are not hearing you at all.
Did you go out at all, or it was just there trying to fix it?
Yeah. Maybe turn his computer off or
maybe he needs to go out and come back on.
Yeah.
Yeah, but tell him Jack call you on the phone so he can talk.
Hello?
Hey, it happens sometimes.
Maybe got an earpiece.
Okay. So sorry, Julius. Let's see whether we can make connection with you again.
Computer itself does not have a speaker.
Thank you very much. That's the president of the press union. I'm going to bring in Senator Snow now. Let's welcome the Bowman County Senator, soon to be Riverside Senator Edwin Bevan Snow. Welcome to the show, sir.
Can hear you too.
You unmute, please.
Sorry. Good evening, Stanton. How are you?
All is well, sir. It's good to see you. Like I said, welcome to the show. The Bowman County sitting senator, soon to be Riverside senator. Welcome, sir.
You don't certified in here. Can I repeat it?
I'll make sure that you hear me.
Okay, all right. Incoming Monserrato senator. Thank you.
May God grace our portion and give us double.
Amen.
But I want to say to you, welcome. This is a very, very. I think what I'm going to do, I will mute you. Then when you're ready to speak, I will mute you. So Senator, it's a good time having you here. Well, with all seriousness, I love to show you some pictures, and I like to just read these things to our audience in the radio land. One, this is Chief Justice Sienna Yo. That the conclusion of the Supreme Court opinion and judgment of December 6, 2024, is that any sitting or action by the majority black to the exclusion of Speaker J. Funati Kofa, the duly elected presiding officer of the House of Representatives, while he is present and available to preside, is unconstitutional and without the appeal of the law. Two, the Attorney General opinion for which the self-styled majority black is acting on is of no relevance to this court. I'm going to stop on this too and just get straight into it. The Attorney General opinion first. Where you work, representing the Liberian people, the Senate, your decision to work along with Richard Kuhn, who is now an illegal speaker, was taken from the opinion of the Justice Minister Oswald Dwight. What are you guys going to do now?
Well, Senator, I don't speak for the entire Senate. I'm not a spokesman for the Liberian Senate, but I speak as a senator and one who believes in the rule of law. The Senate, in one of our regular consultative meetings that we hold, in discussing the way forward on national issues, resolved that since the Justice Minister had issued an opinion for the executive, and the Senate decided to benefit from that opinion, the Senate decided to recognize the leadership of Sakun as Speaker. That matter was not debated on the floor of the Senate. There were a couple of senators, a few senators, including me, who disagreed with that decision, but it was held in consultation, and it was agreed by the majority. So we didn't bother to challenge it publicly on the floor of the Senate. Now that the Supreme Court has spoken in very clear and simple language of today's ruling, I can assure you that once we return to session, senators on the side of the rule of law will refer to the Supreme Court ruling and will respect the Supreme Court ruling and will continue to recognize Councillor J. Funati Kofa as the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Liberia, as per the ruling of the Supreme Court.
I want to play this, and if this is fair, I want to bring in DeLong what he said today.
The Supreme Court ruling is fair. It's clear, very clear. It's the Speaker. Thank you, Senator.
I heard a back and forth, and I'm not going to show you guys text messages in there, but you guys have some a majority of black from the Senate chat room that you guys have agreed, including James Barney, Darius DeLong, Nathaniel Fallow McGill, Edwin Mervyn Snow. A lot of you guys have agreed. I didn't hear from the pro tem that yes, indeed, like you are saying, that the law should be the law, and you guys will be ready to work with J. Funati Kofa.
Well, Stanton, any senator that would disagree with the Supreme Court I would be shocked if any senator was to do that. I don't think any senator should be able to do that. The law is the law. The Supreme Court has spoken. The first time they said ultra viral, we all got confused. I mean, we were all disappointed in the court that it wasn't clear. Today, the court cannot be any clearer than it was today. So we will respect the rule of law. Yes, I'm aware. I don't know what kind of chat room you're in. I mean, I'm not going to reference that because, we've had no such discussion in chat room. But yes, there are like-minded senators who believe in the rule of law. And I must commend my colleague, Senator Dillon. Senator Dillon is not a lawyer, but he's a prime beneficiary of legal scholars and practitioners. Talking about Councillor Charles Walker Bromsky, Councillor Tefilas Gu, both of whom have deceived, or predeceived him. But Senator Dillon spoke today, and I was very impressed, especially having read statements from members from senior government officials, a Minister of Government, Mr. William Pay, who was a former chairman of the United Party, former chairman of the Kassabian Party, and then Mo Ali, my very good friend, former Secretary General of the United Party, pretty much condemning the decision of the Supreme Court. I was shocked to have seen senior government officials condemning the decision of the Supreme Court. But again, I can assure you that like-minded senators, we are clear about this decision, and we respect the decision of the court, and we recognize J. Kofa as a legitimate speaker. The matter of fact, I don't want legitimate because they only one speaker. So as the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Republic of Liberia, and we recognize his leadership.
Okay, so let's go. Again, I want to say thank you for joining us. Let's go around the block right now. Before we do that, though, I want to just ask you for your open view on this ruling. How did they come up with this ruling? I understand it was a tough one coming forth. Do you think President Bouaka will be laud about it now to work with J. Kofa?
Well, Stanton, President Boykai, I have no doubt that he will respect the ruling of the court. And I'll give you just one example. During the election, when there was dispute in the CPP, and I think Mr. Uri and others took Mr. Cummings to court, and Mr. Boykai, then former Vice President Boykai, now President Boykai, was subpoenaed by the court. The United Party issued a statement that they believe in the rule of law and that the standard bearer is a law-abiding citizen, and he will honor the subpoena of the court. And he went to the court, a lower court for that matter, and testified in a lower court as per the summons or the subpoena of a lower court. Now, if he could have done that as a standard bearer, as a former vice president, I have absolutely no doubt that President Boykai, who on the 16th of January at 12 noon swore for God and man, holding the Holy Bible and using the Constitution as his reference and legal tool to uphold, defend, and protect the laws and Constitution of the Republic of Liberia, would disrespect the Supreme Court. I think President Boykai should recognize, or is expected that he will recognize the Mr. Kofa, as the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and until otherwise, I mean, there could be whatever decision Mr. Kofa may take in the future, or whatever decision legal in line with Article 33 and 49 that the House of Representatives could take. But outside that, or otherwise, or until that happens, Councillor Kofa is the Speaker, and I expect that the President and the entire government, as stated by the Vice President a few weeks ago on this very show, when he said that whatever decision the Supreme Court come up with, we all respect the Supreme Court. Even Funaki Kofa have always said that whatever decision the court came up with, he will respect the decision of the court. Today, the court has spoken, and I believe that nobody is above the law. And I think the ruling party will be the last set of people to disrespect the Supreme Court, because you cannot undermine your own government. You cannot cause chaos in the country from the government that you are heading. So again, I have no doubt. I have no doubt. I strongly believe that the president will respect the rulings of the Supreme Court and act accordingly.
Again, thank you very much, Senator Snow. Let me bring in Glennie. Glennie, you have comment or question for the senator?
No, I don't have any question. I mean, like I said, I appreciate the fact that Senator Snow is on, because what we expect them to do is what he has said. I don't have any question. The law is the law. The Supreme Court has ruled, and it must be enforced. So maybe when you go around, maybe I'll have a question, but right now I don't.
Thank you very much, Governor Clinton. Let's bring you in, Clinton.
No, I don't have a question. I think the senator made a lot of good points. The Senate, a lot of us, including me, was disappointed when the Senate took a position that it was going to recognize Richard Cohn. I believe at the time the decision of the court was clear. But again, people had doubts, and we're howling behind what the Attorney General of the Republic of Liberia had opinion at the time. Now that this ruling is clear, the Senate has an obligation, and I'm glad that folks like Senator Snow, Senator DeLong, I come here to say, like, look, we have to respect the decision of the court, and this is important. In a democracy, it's not necessarily enforcement. I see a lot of people talk about, well, the Supreme Court does not have the power, cannot go, we're not enforced, and these UP surveys are saying it. But what makes a democracy work is not necessarily the power of the court to put police officers on the street and enforce its ruling. Is us as citizens respecting the decision of the court. We as citizens of the republic respecting the institutions that are the bedrock of our democracy. And I think those senators, those representatives in the majority black have an obligation to do just that. They have to respect the decision. I was very disappointed with the statement coming today from Richard Combs. I think I don't know what was informing that, who's advising, but I think that was a wrong move. It shows some disrespect to the highest court. And again, I think a lot of this will come right back to the president. He is the chief executive. He's the head of the government, and he has the responsibility. Our constitution have three branches of government. There's many legislator. There's 9 members of the Supreme Court, but the executive power on our constitution is invested in one person, just the president as chief executive. He has so much power, and there's a lot of things he can do to resolve this thing. And we'll be very much interested in what the president would do in the next couple of hours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Conor Gray.
Let me make a small comment. I like the point that the senator raised regarding some historical actions by some of the actors now on the stage. Let's not forget that all of those who are commenting today are the same very individuals who are influencing this president, sort of his kitchen cabinet. We should also point to history when Mo Ali went to court and even deny his own religion or his practice. He couldn't use a Bible to attest to his comment that he was about to make in a court. He couldn't use the Quran either. But then at the same time, that was the case surrounding the CCP or CPP with Mr. Alexander Cummings. But fast forward, history has repeated itself. Clearly, these individuals are noted for creating bottleneck on simple matters. We have a country that is one of the least in everything in the region. Senator Snow is a witness to some of the capitals he visits on a regular basis, and when he flies home, you see the complete opposite of those countries. So my own expectation for people to follow the rule when they could not do it yesterday, nothing is going to, these are adults, they're grown people. I mean, a practice they brought from yesteryears, they demonstrating it today, and we have a country. And so, Senator Snow, if you were having any influence over the president pro tem, what step you think we should begin to adopt so that people can know exactly that they're clearly on the wrong, whether or not they choose to follow, but if this goes further, it will be their own responsibility. What would be some of the advice you want to proffer?
Well, Colonel Gray, Liberia is not an island. We are part of a community of nations, and Liberia should not be seen as a country that will disrespect a Supreme Court. That does not reflect well for Liberia. Even during our civil crisis, when we had factional government, the Supreme Court operated. And today that we have an elected government, our democratic credentials in the region is speaking loud since the two elections of Mana Salif that was democratically elected. Then the election of President Weah, who was democratically elected, and the election of President Boyka, who defeated President Weah. And before the final call of the polls, even when NEC, the Election Commission, declared a polling station in Nimba that there was fraud and called for recount or rerun. Excuse me. And the Elections Commission called for a rerun in that district. Before that rerun, President Weah took the phone, called President Boyka, and made his concession. That spoke very well of Liberia's democratic credentials. We should not allow the House of Representatives, a speaker, or the fight for speakership. When the Constitution provides a room, how you can remove a speaker. So it's not a thing that cannot be done politically. No, there's room for how you elect a speaker. There's provision how you elect a speaker. There's provision how you remove your speaker. Now, the Constitution is clear about that. Today, the court made a clear statement. I doubt it, and honestly, I would be most surprised if the president or the executive, and again, yes, we've heard key members of the government, but they are not the official spokespersons of the government, who has pretty much condemned the decision of the court. Representative Richard Kuhn, it seemed nothing. He came up with a statement, except that he signed a statement as speaker, so I wouldn't consider the statement as a valid statement since he's not the speaker. But I think it's something of concern that we all should be concerned of. That these things are happening in Liberia when our democratic credential is standing tall in this region. There are other countries today that are still having conflicts with. We have 4 of our countries in the ECOWAS region that is led by military regime. We still have crisis now in Gambia, where they don't have a constitution yet that will give the president a term limit. The president that is going for a 3rd term. Cote d'Ivoire have election this year where President Ouattara will be going for the 4th time on our new constitution. We're having issues there. We're having issues in Togo, where the constitution has been changed many times. Now we have a different form of government there to keep the president in power. So we have crisis in our region. ECOWAS was in Guinea-Bissau for resolution. The president drove ECOWAS and UN from Guinea-Bissau. So the region is fragile. So today that Liberia is standing tall for its democratic credentials after 3 elections, and where the ruling party conceded, placed a call and accepted the result and congratulated President Boyka. I think that speaks very well of us, and we should not allow this situation in the House of Representatives to derail our democratic credentials. When we can solve this matter, when the House of Representatives can go to session, ask the Speaker to recuse himself, to tell them 49 plus to go and vote and say don't want the speaker, and it's done for Fonante Kofa. Even in his speech today, I think he even gave some hints that he's prepared, to make the sacrifice. He's calling for transition. So that shows goodwill. I think that our colleagues, especially, what is unique about the situation in the House of Representatives of Conakry is that there was an election for speakership. 2 candidates were in this election. Richard Kuhn and Fonati Kofa. Fonati Kofa defeated Richard Kuhn. And then you come back with a coup d'etat and you overthrow this man that defeated you and say, no, you're not the speaker, I'm the speaker. Then the court comes and say, no, what you're doing is wrong. It's illegal, it's unconstitutional. He said, no, I agree with the court. I still the speaker. It's not democratic, you know. And the CDC issued a statement today. I think the CDC too must be commended that over the period that they've exercised restraint, and I think we must not take that for granted. Justice Janet, a former Associate Justice, who I have a lot of respect for, just spoke also. He was very clear. And I don't think the citizens will just sit down and allow, 73 citizens to just derail our democratic credential and just carry the country backwards. We've had a situation in the House of Representatives that lasted over 6 months or so. And we cannot, this is a time where leadership, governance has to come up and stand strong and to see how best we can close this matter once and for all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Snow. Let me bring in Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, let's hear you.
Look, I want to speak to my young friends in the Unity Party, the Wilmer Pay, the Mo Ali, the rest of them. You have a lot to protect. At the end of President Bokhar's term, most of you will not even be 50 years old. That's 22 years. I'm older than that by 22 years. You have a future. And that future requires that you support democracy, support the rule of law, and support ethical standards so that we can have a safe country, a democratic country. In a safe and democratic country, the sky is the limit with our development. We can move from one of the poorest in the world to one of the most prosperous in the world. And this also to the people who support the Unity Party. I mean, I see your comments. I see you on Facebook. Oh, you can't do nothing. Kuhn is still the speaker. When you speak like that, you're not speaking like you live in a civilized, well-organized society with rules. What is it will happen to you if Kuhn respects the rule of law? Will you get more bags of rice if Kuhn remains speaker? Are you going to get better medical care if Kuhn remains speaker? What is it that you hope to achieve? Bragging rights to go on Facebook and be bluffing? Yeah, we did it with the Unity Party people. Our man Kuhn is still there. That's childish. Countries don't operate like that. Look at the most successful countries in the region and in the world. Those countries have tradition, they have culture, they have rule of law, and they respect institutions. The Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia is the last arbiter of anything that concerns with law. The Supreme Court, that's the second God on earth for the country. When it rules, that tells us whether we have a democracy or whether we have a dictatorship or whether we have a Fiamumu country. So all the thing you're doing, all the thing you're trying to do, you're hurting yourselves. You're not hurting some of us who on the platform here. You are the people that need to be lifted up from your poverty, from your poor conditions, not in terms of just physical poverty, but poverty in terms of understanding how things work in the world. Do not allow yourself to be carried away like it's a Unity Party versus CDC thing. So if Richard Kuhn move from there, it means that CDC people win. You can't think like that. Fonati Kofa has made it very clear that he wants to negotiate a transition. What does that mean, Mawata? It means that Fonati said he won't be speaker again if the friend don't want him. But all he wanted to do for them to come to do it the right way, for he got his family, he got his professional colleagues around the world. For them to do this thing in a way that is dignified, that give him dignity. Because what Richard Kuhn is trying to do is like seditious. It's like like overthrowing a government. That's what they're trying to do. And that overthrow of government thing is finished, my people. The rebel war is finished. We have 22 years of peace. And look how we are living in peace in this country here. We eat our cassava leaf, our potato green, we enjoy ourselves, we're working together. This is the country that we're supposed to have. Richard Kuhn is a blip in history. It would just be a footnote in history if he's a shortest speaker, serve his term when the Funati and them get together, they both resign, and then they make a new speaker. Maybe Richard Kuhn can be re-elected again. But for God's sake, don't make it seem like a CDC versus Unity Party. Let that law win when the rule of law is adhered to.
Officer, thank you very much. Let me come back to you, Honorable Snow. It's very important. The region, ECOWAS, you were just talking about ECOWAS. Well, what would be the message out there now? Are you guys working with Richard Kuhn? Will you guys be working with Richard Kuhn? You are part of the ECOWAS team.
Senator, you know very well, ECOWAS has always said the two official missions of ECOWAS that came here, the mission led by the Speaker and the mission led by a professor who was special envoy to the president of the ECOWAS Commission. Even the mission by the Speaker of the Ghanaian Parliament have always said that they will respect the rule of law. And most of those missions delayed their final report pending the outcome of the Supreme Court ruling. Now that the court has ruled, ECOWAS is informed, it's all in ECOWAS chat rooms. The matter of fact, there may be a mission coming here to just follow up on our respect for the rule of law. It's not to enforce anything, but to respect the rule of law. Today in Ghana, President Boykai, President John Mahama, and former President Nana Akufo-Addo were all together. He's an elderly statesman. He's respected in the region. And I don't think sending the news from Liberia that the government or elements of the government are disrespecting the ruling of the High Court will sound good in the ears of community members, ECOWAS community members. Even one of the ECOWAS parliamentarians from Ghana sent me the clip from a member of the House of Representatives who said that they will impeach the justices of the Supreme Court because they ruled against the majority. But that was laughable, though. I mean, I think it was just intellectual exercise. Even the statement from Representative Kuhn, I think it's just his initial reaction to the shock. So I don't even consider that statement too serious. Normally, when we are in shock, sometimes our initial reaction is not well thought of. I'm sure in the next few hours, tomorrow or so, he might reconsider.
So will ECOWAS do business with Richard Kuhn?
ECOWAS had never done business with Richard Kuhn, and ECOWAS will now follow the decision of the
No, hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute, I beg you, Senator. You are telling us that ECOWAS has never done business with Richard Kuhn since he took over as purported speaker?
Nope. ECOWAS have never done business with Richard Kuhn since he took over as purported speaker, like you said, in using your words. But ECOWAS has had two official missions to Liberia. There was also a mission by the Speaker of the Ghanaian Parliament, who was invited here to attend a workshop or seminar, and he played his role and he left. So ECOWAS had never
as representative of Ghana Parliament, not as ECOWAS representative.
No, there have been three missions here. One was the Speaker of Ghana Parliament was invited. He came with the majority leader, Mahama Ayariga, and others, Emmanuel Bajwa and other members of the Ghana Parliament were here, and they attended a workshop at the Farmington Hotel. The two official ECOWAS delegations, one from the Parliament of the ECOWAS, led by the Speaker, and one from the Commission of ECOWAS. Both missions came here to do what we call parliamentary diplomacy. And those missions were led separately by one from the Speaker, one from the Parliament, one from the Commission. And the outcome of those missions was clear that they believe in the rule of law. They encourage all parties to respect the rule of law. and they all awaited. The matter of fact, the second mission that was here, or the last mission led by Professor, the former foreign minister of Nigeria, they even delayed their return because they wanted to be able to follow the proceedings at the Supreme Court. They did not attend it physically, but they follow online the proceedings of the hearing at the hearing rather at the Supreme Court, and the report was inconclusive because they mentioned in the report that the outcome of the ruling of the Supreme Court should be respected by all parties, and that's ECOWAS' position.
So, Jackie, you're going to come and beg me. I'll give you time. Let me push on this ECOWAS story. Most people thought that ECOWAS were working directly with Richard Coon. You're saying they have never worked with Richard Coon. So then we should forget it now, saying he's not a speaker banned, removed, and pointed out as illegal speaker. ECOWAS will not do business with him.
Well, Senator, ECOWAS has never done business with him. I mean, I'm clear about that. Like I always said to you, once there's a case in a country that involves a citizen, you recuse yourself, which I've always done. But I know on the records that ECOWAS had never, even when the letter was written to the parliament to recall the representatives from the House of Representatives, that letter was signed by the chief clerk, and the response came to the chief clerk. There was no communication between Representative Richard Coon and ECOWAS.
So now, what can Funati do now? Now, to say you are the speaker, is he going to write ECOWAS, write you guys and say the real speaker is in town, come home and do business with us?
You know, Stanton, the issue of remover, and that's why when you invited me on your show tonight, I thought that I should honor your invitation, is because I've suffered similar fate. The issue of removal of the speaker is not just the legal component, it also has the political component. So Mr. Kofa won a good case today in the Supreme Court. The court recognized him, so we all recognize him as a speaker. And I think the state should recognize him as a speaker. Not I think, but the state should recognize him as a speaker. But there's still a political situation there that is unanswered. So the political situation now would be, can he convene a session? In his speech today, which I think was very mature and should have been welcomed by all sides, he's calling for unity. And he's not calling for that unity and saying, I'm back and I want to remain speaker. He even mentioned transition. And he further went on to say he's prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. So that speech today was well thought of, in my view, was well written. And I think our members of the House of Representatives should take advantage of that. You can either get to session. If he doesn't step down, you can raise your 49 or more members and ask the speaker to recuse himself. And you can even vote him out after his due process. But look, Stanton, the rule of law is important. You don't have to like someone. You don't have to be their friend. But let's all respect the rule of law, which is very important for our democratic credentials. It's very important, Stanton. And Liberia should never be seen as a country that would disrespect the decision of the High Court. We should never be seen as doing that.
So to my question, will ECOWAS work with Funati Kofa?
Well, ECOWAS will respect Funati Kofa as a speaker, definitely. I mean, the information is already out to ECOWAS. ECOWAS is informed. ECOWAS has an ambassador here, even though she's currently in Ghana attending the ECOWAS 50th anniversary. But ECOWAS is informed. All of the ECOWAS chat room I'm in, the information is there. And ECOWAS have always said that the outcome of the court, as far as ECOWAS is concerned, there was an impasse in the House of Representatives. The court has spoken. ECOWAS has said, we wait for the decision of the court. We wait for the rule of law. The court has spoken. ECOWAS has no other alternative but to respect the rule of law, and so ECOWAS will recognize Mr. Funati Kofa as a speaker.
Glennie, talk to me, my sister. Ooh, this is huge.
So, Senator Snow, thank you for always. I keep telling these people, when you're ready to run for a resource, just call me. I'll be in your campaign. But I wanted to ask you about the when you see what has happened today, I'm sure it reminds you of what happened to you. To you, when you look back, do you think that maybe, just maybe, you should not have gave in considering what has happened today?
No. You know, I always say to people that there are three factors. There are three things that happen in this situation. Like Fonati Kofa did, he went to the law was on his side. I went to the law was on my side. In my case, I decided that, look, these are my colleagues. These are people that we drank together. We thought we were brothers, and they've, done this to me. I no longer enjoy the confidence. On my own, I will step down. But when they came out and said that I was removed as speaker and appointed, I think, Ketekume Mori, who was the chair on the executive, to act also, I decided I went to court. The court ruled in my favor. Today is a landmark case in the rule of law, due process. It's a landmark case. And I respected the House of Representatives. Matter of fact, at that time, the House of Representatives made a statement and accepted the ruling of the High Court, and now invited me to go to plenary because they were recognized that they are moved to another location because the capital building was under renovation. Go to plenary. I decided, look, I don't want to be anymore. I don't think I enjoy your confidence. Mr. Kofa have decided that he wants to continue his work, or he wants a transition, as per his speech today. So, everyone have their own way of handling matters. But to be honest with you, to answer this question, I think what Mr. Kofa has done is the right thing. He has set the precedent for future encounters, for future situations of such. The issue of, we like you today, we don't like you, we go in the homes, we go places, we sign resolution, we come, we say, we'll move from there, then you resign. He has challenged it. Now, does that mean he's going to get them to count on his gavel? I think they should. And they should follow the process in moving him if they want to move him. But what he has done is no longer just for Fonati Kofa. Anyone now, even Richard Kuhn, if Fonati resigns or they remove him as per the Constitution, and Mr. Richard Kuhn is elected speaker, he will have that comfort that people won't just go sit down now and say, with majority, we want him to be speaker, and he move. Because there's law, there's precedence at the court. So it protects him and it protects future generations. So I think the landmark case today is a gateway for future generation, for our democracy, and I think it's a very good example for the way we can remove and elect our speaker.
All right. So when everybody keep talking about the budget, and the budget on a Kuhn, so if there was someone to challenge the Supreme Court as it relates to the budget currently, saying that the budget was passed on an illegal speaker, what are some of the steps that you all are planning to ensure that this budget becomes current, this budget reflects Kofa's input and all of that? Or is there anything that's going to happen if there was a challenge to the Supreme Court on the budget, or even now that we have a ruling saying that Kuhn is not a legitimate speaker? What will be some of the plans that the senators can do as it relates to the Liberian budget? You're muted.
The issue about the budget that people keep referring to is a very lazy argument, extremely lazy argument. That, it's like you take one scripture, one chapter in the Bible and say, I read the Bible. Or you take one chapter in the Quran and say, I read the Quran, I know the Quran. No, it doesn't work that way. The budget is a national tool, national instrument. It has a tripartite arrangement or coordination. The budget, the House of Representatives, the Senate, the executive. Those are the three bodies, the three components in the formulation and passage of the budget. Now, which committee the budget goes to? Committee on Ways and Means. Did the Committee on Ways and Means start on the budget to deliberate the budget? Yes, they did that. So the budget, they voted out the budget, to pass the budget, it came to the Liberian Senate. The Senate, through acting under the advisement of the Minister of Justice, proceeded, but the court today gave us the bill of information that what the Minister of Justice said has no full foot, it does not have the weight of the law. So what he was doing, we gave you the constitutional reliance today that it was unconstitutional. So if there was an arrangement tomorrow and you continue to do it, then you're acting wrongly. So this issue about the budget, because the budget now determines the running of our state or the not running of the state, the budget determines the constitutionality of our action. That because the budget was passed and because the chief justice and associate justices are taking the salary and benefits from the budget, so it means it's law or it's legal or illegal. No, I would say no. So I think it's a very lazy argument, and I think that will suffice. And I want, you see, my sister, the way our constitution is crafted, in other jurisdictions, for example, in Nigeria, in the Federation, I think in America, no, in America is the same as here, but in like Nigeria, the Supreme Court can rule and you go to the Court of Appeal and you can appeal the decision of the Supreme Court. That happens in Nigeria. So I know about Nigeria for a fact. I will speak on that. In Liberia, and you said it from the beginning of the show, our law says the Supreme Court is the final arbiter of justice. So when the Supreme Court rules and strike that thing and say, and it's hereby so order, boom, nobody can change it. Nobody can change it until we change the Constitution. That's what the Constitution says. So for somebody to come today and say, I challenge, you can, now the law provides, the law will not prohibit anybody from disagreeing. You can disagree. Supreme Court is going to say, I agree with the court, but you have to respect the decision. So I can say something, say, look, what you saying, I don't think I say, but I respect your decision, and we have to live by it, we live by it. So you don't have to like the court decision, but you have to respect the decision of the court. It's like you go for election. Everybody will now vote for one person to be president. But when that person becomes president, whether you voted for him or he or she or not, you have to respect that authority, that is your president. You have to respect the president and work with the president. That's the same way as the law. You may not agree with what they're saying, but you have to respect the decision. So the court has ruled, and this budget thing is a weak and lazy argument. And people who are using that argument, I mean, I think they should find something else to use.
Thank you, Mr. Glendy. And again, Glendy, thank you very much. I know you got to jump off for your meeting, but again, thank you. We want to say that if we have time, we're going to run to the NIMBA stuff real quick. Again, Emmanuel Yato had an emergency, so he left studio. We're Snow because I got a lot of questions. I'm not a comment man. I just love to ask these questions. Let me bring in my brother, Governor Clinton. Governor, you have a question for Senator Snow?
No, I don't have any question. I think the crux of the issue here tonight is that every well-meaning Liberian has to respect the Supreme Court the ruling, and beginning with the president, who's the chief executive, and then the Liberian Senate and all the relevant agencies of government have to follow suit. I think this is an important. And I think Senator Snow made an important point. And for some of us, this is the reason we've been behind this entire thing in the first place. This idea of people just removing speaker, going to the next word, removing the speaker and causing chaos in the country, it needed to stop. And I think this is a landmark decision. And even though the people who are not in favor of this decision, what they don't understand that, like the senator pointed out, is going to protect them themselves because say there's an election and Richard Kwon is elected, now he has that protection of a few people running to a car and dishing money and saying now we have a resolution, no more speaker. So I think if anything, this precedent today that the court has been laid down by the court is going to strengthen some of the chaos, because this is the third time this has happened. We had the incident with Senator Snow, we had a Tyler situation, and now Speaker Kofa.
Thank you very much. 1 minute, guys. Let me bring in Senator Francis Dopo, the second from, I believe, River G. I do believe he's the senator from River G. Senator Francis Dopo, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Dopo from River G County. Senator.
Welcome to the show. We have Senator Snow here.
Yeah, that's my senior. I met in the House of Representatives when I was a representative, and we followed the good actions. And sometimes some of the actions we had to question them, but we will have to learn experience from them. I just thought to make some points, Senator, on a couple of issues. I know the question will be, what is my position on the ruling of the court? I am a believer of the rule of law. In the absence of discernment, I make decisions on the basis of what I know, what I think is expedient. At the same time, when you receive such a ruling, you may want to process it, not to come up with, a reaction, because it has a lot of implications. And part of the implications I want to speak to is that's what Sis Glennon, even though she called me the deviation man anyway. That's the question to Senator Snow, and he called me about the budget. It's not a lazy argument, because it's a fiscal tool. It's the financial position of any government, the fiscal stand, let me put it that way. So it's not a lazy argument. The first thing I want to say is that from my hearing until I see the full black and white copies of the ruling, but from my listening to the hearing today, I suggest that the House, from that ruling, suggests that the legislature had never been in session since 2025. And that even all of the proposals that was made by Senator Snow, they are all non and void, because we have never been in session, because Article 32 of the Constitution provides that the legislature shall meet once in every year in a regular session. And the fact that the Supreme Court says that anything that was done in the absence of Fanati Kofa as Speaker was illegal, it means that this legislature in 2025 did not convene. That's one of the things we want to process, and we should not call it lazy argument. It also means that the budget that was passed under the first section of in the absence of Fanati Kofa will also suggest that indeed it's non-involved. That is not a lazy argument. It's a serious argument. That Senator Snow proposed that ECOWAS, we should host the ECOWAS headquarters here in February of the second sitting of the legislature at the Senate. Is also not involved. It's not a lazy argument. It is a serious argument that we should consider. Read Article 32. It says we should meet once in a year in January. So once that ruling says that all action that was taken in the absence of Senator Kofa, it means the House have not convened. So we can't even go back to section. So those are things that we should take serious and not just be made, political and be cherry picking. Oh, that this one is good.
So your point is.
In the rule of law.
So your point is.
Yeah.
Your point is.
My point is, it is a serious opinion that requires us to sit as leaders to consider and understand, then to make opinion and cherry pick on the matter. Because whether Honorable Kofa and the other go and negotiate, that's not the ruling. The ruling did not say go and negotiate. The ruling come out to say any action taken, okay. So even the treaties.
Senator, hold on 1 minute. Senator, I beg you. Did you follow the Supreme Court ruling today?
By the recording from the section through your station, I did.
Did you listen live when the reading was going on?
Live according to your medium, and it's clear that action that was taken in the absence of the presiding, who is the Speaker Kofa, is unconstitutional.
Do you agree with that?
The actions that were taken, the unconstitutional. I just said to you, because the generality of the actions, it requires me to process. That's a law.
So I'm asking you, do you agree holistically? Do you agree all action that were taken are considered unconstitutional?
That is the opinion of the Supreme Court.
Do you agree with the Supreme Court opinion?
My point is, that's why I have to make sure I'm showing us that we as senators, we have to sit and have a conversation because we are cherry picking so that tomorrow will be a symbol of come out and say,
Senator, hold on 1 minute. Senator, hold on. Let me go back to the guest who is on the show today. Senator Snow, you care to respond, sir? You care to say something to your colleague?
The only thing I would say to Senator Dopo, if the Constitution wanted us to sit and debate the Supreme Court ruling and make a determination, the Constitution is going to say that. The Constitution is clear that the...
Senator Dopo, hold on 1 minute, please. Allow Senator Snow to finish up.
If the Constitution wanted us to debate the Supreme Court ruling, they were going to make it stated in the Constitution that when the Supreme Court rule and you're not satisfied with it, you can go and debate it and come up with what you're satisfied with. The Constitution is clear that the Supreme Court ruling is final. The ruling that I listened to today said that what is happening is unconstitutional, and I respect the decision of the Supreme Court, and I will take heed from that and respect and implement as the best of my ability as senator to respect the ruling of the Supreme Court. So
Thank you very much, Senator Snow. Let's give a few more minutes to Senator Dopo. Senator Dopo, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so my reason of calling is to say that Senator Snow is not clear because Glennie says Glennie asks a question and he says it's a lazy argument. It's not lazy because it has to do with the fiscal position, the fiscal state of the country, the budget. So if the budget was passed under an illegal process, it means all action taken under that is illegal, therefore that instrument is illegal. If Senator Snow gave a position in plenary, if the Senate rule was brought on the floor in January, in February, for which in January that Fanatic Kofa did not preside for the opening of another house of another branch, house of the legislature, it therefore it was unconstitutional. So all other things under Article 32 suggest that it's unconstitutional. So my point is you cannot cherry pick. So he's the one debating. I am saying that we need to have a reasonable understanding to see how we process this thing. But he's cherry picking. I want to respond to the question asked by Glennie because it's a serious question, and you try to cherry pick on the issues. That this one will be lazy, then will be good. No questions asked today are lazy because why? Article 32 is very clear that we will meet once in January. So the fact that the rule is saying that Fanati was not there and we convene all other things. So we will hit the law to the end. The reason I'm making that point because in 2018, Senator Snow and all us, when we talk about changing the rules of the legislature and making it clearer, they were the one that said we can pass the rule, try to amend it, and we never did.
Thank you very much, Senator Dopo. We have time that you can come on the show and have your time. Thank you very much, Senator Dopo. Senator Snow, let's come back to you. You want to close up on this and then we can bring in our question, please.
Senator, again, there's two schools of thought in the Senate, and I understand Senator Dopo's position. There's a general position of the rescue team in the Senate, so that's his position. My position is the position of the court. The court has spoken, and when the court speaks, we abide by the decision of the court. The court was very clear. When the court spoke in December, we all, including me, we criticized the court that it really wasn't clear. They kind of say, oh, ultra-virus, this and that. Nobody could understand. Yes, ultra-virus means it's wrong, it's illegal, it's unconstitutional. But it wasn't explicit enough for like people Sam Jackson would say, for my water then. Today, the court made its ruling very clear. So the likes of Honorable Dopo and others that we know will come up and they will argue that position for obvious reasons. But again, if the Constitution wanted us to debate the ruling of the Supreme Court, they were going to tell us when the Supreme Court rule, we won't happy go and debate it. The Constitution says the Supreme Court is a final. So that thing talking about everything that happened is illegal. My request on the floor of the Senate to ask for one of the ECOWAS offices to be hosted in Liberia is illegal because the court said this. These are trivialities. I'm not going to dwell into those things. The court has spoken. The court was very clear today, and we respect the court. We can either decide that we want to be part of a government that will not respect the ruling of the court, or we agree that will be a part of a government that will respect the court. And I will be on the side of respecting the court, and the court decision today will be what I will respect.
Again, Senator Snow, thank you very much. We're going to go to Uncle Sam and that of Ed Reverend Gray. Again, guys, we have Senator Snow from Birmingham County on the issue about the Supreme Court. It's very important that you understand that we are here to discuss the Supreme Court issue today. I want to bring us back. Uncle Sam, if you're with us, let's jump into the question. We can do our comments later because we have more questions to ask. Uncle Sam?
You want me to ask Senator Dupo a question?
No, he's off. Senator Dupo is off. We only have Senator Snow.
Well, I mean, I want to come because I mean, Senator Snow and I, in our interaction, we agree on almost everything. So I don't have any question for him. But I just wanted to put out some serious food for thought to my Liberian people. You know, I wrote a book, Rich Land, Poor Country. And when I had cancer, I had a lot of time to think about a lot of stuff. And I was laying in a hospital bed and I, said, damn, if I was laying there in JFK with all these fancy machines I get, with all this 24-hour support I get, I would be dead. So why is my country, at that time was 70 years old, why is it poor? So I wanted to do an analysis. And I found out the reason why the country is poor because of crises. A crisis. The country was formed in 1822 in the midst of crises, wars between the settlers and the natives. And even when we became independent, you saw the crisis of 1870, E.J. Raw, the first coup. And then the entire history of the country, we had 135 wars. In 1915, 72 crew chiefs were executed by Daniel E. Howard. And then we came to 1930, we saw the Fernandez Pool, where the international community, through the League of Nations, had to send people to investigate the slavery that was being practiced in the country. And then the Sastan Wars, Joan Nimna, 1935, 1955 with David Cornwall and Dido Tweb. And then again, we had issues in 1967 with the Family trial. And then the instability of the 70s with the revelation and the jailing of students. And then in 1979, the Rest riots. 1985, the stolen election, and then November 12th. In 1989, December 24th came. So it's crises that are self-inflicted that have caused this country to be so poor. Now we have a liberal democracy for 22 years, post-war. And in that post-war dispensation, we have a clear opportunity to build a nation to improve the lives of our people. But here it is for today, we have another crisis that has the potential to degenerate because that crisis there has two polar opposites. People who believe that Kun should be speaker and people who believe that Kofa should be speaker. Disregarding the rule of law. Disregarding the rule of law. And if you disregard the rule of law, the country sinks into chaos. April 6th. And all the things that happened that led to Taylor leaving August 11, 2003. So this is where we are, a country of crisis based upon people not respecting equity and social justice and the rule of law. We have been a lawless country for going to 178 years. President Boycott can change the trajectory of this country, putting us on a path to prosperity by standing up for the rule of law and sending a clear message to this generation and future generations that we will abide by the rule of law. The rule of law. The coup that happened in 1980, where people accused me of being part of, which I was not part of, it happened because there was a one-party political system where people's rights were abrogated and people were shot, over 200 people, April 14, 1979. Go read the Brunel Commission report. Young people, don't be lazy. The Brunel Commission report said the government was responsible because the police came and shot unarmed citizens.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. We got to go to the questioning of these guests. Uncle Sam, please. I think it's a great
No, but I just wanted to give people
dive into history.
when
Yeah.
they start to take their sides, they will know that conflict has been the reason for the poverty that has persisted in this country for 178 years because no law.
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Senator Snow, we're going to welcome Representative Neton Bia, Representative Neton Bia from District Number 3.
How are you, sir?
Rhode Island. It's good to see you, Rod.
How are you doing there, Oliver Jackson and the rest of the platform guests?
Yeah. I got to get back to you, man. I've been busy, but we'll get together. Sorry.
Definitely.
Thank you very much. Senator Snow, let me come back to you. We're going to go to Colonel Abraham Gray. Colonel Gray, do you have questions for Senator Snow?
Senator, I do. I have a question. You know, if we go back and look at President Weir's action, look, I'm not a fan of his. Let's face it. For conceding so early in our going election, 2023. Not only did he, did he bring some positive outlook externally into our country, especially our electoral system, that we're peaceful people, because I consider so early, because the inclination in the region or about Africa in general is that incumbents don't just give in so early, especially with that thin margin. Fast forward today, we have a successor who some will qualify as someone who has not shown regard for the law, especially the rule of law. I hate to be the one bringing these kinds of statements out, but that's just the outlook. So we're not going to compare system, we're not going to look at Mr. Weir and but that one event, by conceding so early in an election that was so contentious, and only 15, 17, 18, 20,000, a win is a win. But the fact that this is Africa and somebody considered, fast forward today, when we thought we were going to have a paradise because of who President Barker was perceived to be, a very law-abiding guy who does not like too much conflict and all of that stuff. What has been your own feeling so far of this government in terms of respect for the rule of law?
The other day I was on Stanton's show and we had a similar conversation. And maybe Kim Stanton asked me about the failure of the government. And I think my actual response was that the government is helping itself to fail. It's not that I wish the government evil or wish them to fail like everyone, ran with it and left all of the good things we talked about on the show that night, but ran with that. No responsible citizen will wish the government to fail, whether you are a member of that government or not, because we all have benefit one way or the other of the government. But to answer your question, it has been heartbreaking. It has been heartbreaking. And my thing is that whether you like President Boyka or not, what he stands up for or what precedes him is a man of peace. Everybody sees him as Uncle Joe. Everybody sees him as Deacon Boyka. Everybody sees him as a quiet man. Whether we're right or wrong, that's a different issue. But he's seen as a man of peace. In addition to that, no precedent in our history, in memory, in our memory can reflect, has had more advisors in the executive mansion compared to President Boyka. And that is why the Senate, before we close, we agreed that when we open, we will invite the Minister of State and ask him to come along with the legal advisor, since the legal advisor did not have to go to confirmation hearing, to just ask some of the hard questions, what's happening? Because the amount of advisors that the president has and the things that are happening in this country, in violation of the rule of law, in violation of the Constitution, is alarming. And, it's time that, not that we call him to boast, but to give him a kind reminder that if there's nothing we have to boast of today, let's boast of the rule of law. We cannot boast of anything, let's boast of the rule of law. So my thing to you, Conor Gray, is that it has been disappointing. When you look at the situation with LTA, I mentioned it on the Senate floor the other day. We suspended people at the LTA. Call for investigation. It's 1 year. The civil liberty has been abused. Suspended them, they've not been paid. We say we're going for investigation. It's 1 year. The investigation has come out. The man who was caught in the cookies jar is the man who President Becker has asked to preside over the stewardship of LTA. So because of that other report cannot come to the public land. Well, our citizens, our brothers and sisters at LTA are there today without any due process, and they cannot be compensated for the time they've been sitting. Let's look at the NAFA, the fisheries. This young lady is begging, please come and investigate me. Let me clear my name. Even if you want your job, come and investigate me. We suspended her and put someone there to preside, not even the deputy, but someone else to preside. Look at the governance commission. The governance commission that should set the blueprint, the pathway for the governance of the state. I'm happy Representative Gray is on the show. I think he chaired that committee in the lower house or something like that, or he was an active member of that committee. The GC is a very key. Even came out of the Accra Accord when former Chairman Judy Bryan had Manan Salif there. Then Manan Salif had Dr. Sawyer. That has been a commission that has brought light to Liberia. People there are operating illegally. You suspended people and jail people to act. Look at the central bank story. Look at the election commission. Suspending the chair, then you brought up back. And you can count on it. So the issue of rule of law is not one of those things that this government can boast of. But what bothers me the most, Congress, is that our brothers who yesterday was standing up in defense of the rule of law, they are the ones on Facebook today defending those actions. Defending those actions. It's like the Empire New Suit. I believe, and again, I will close on this your question, but see, I wish the government well. But it is from all indication is that the government is leading the pathway to its failure. And I think we should do better. So, I've not been impressed with the rule of law, and now we see what happened in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court ruling, we see how the executive will handle it. And that will say a lot about our belief in the rule of law. But let us be reminded, like Justice Janet said, this is a democracy, so we also have opposing views. And there will be opponents. People will not agree with everything. People will oppose. But you have a vibrant opposition that have been quiet on the issue of the speakership. Now that the court has spoken, I believe and I make this appeal tonight to all of us in this government, be it in the executive or the legislature. Even if we're not happy about the ruling of the court today, let us be seen as respecting the rule of law. Let us respect the decision of the court. December, we said the decision wasn't clear. Today, we're not saying it's not clear. And we say, no, we don't agree with it. Let us respect the rule of law. This is Liberia. This is the only country. We are vying for the seat on the Security Council. These things are going to follow us there. If we cannot respect the decision of our high court, but we want to sit on the Security Council, the United Nations. What a contradiction.
Thank you very much, Honorable Snow. Let me bring in Governor Clinton. Clinton, we'll bring in Tama. We'll go to the representative Nathan Bia and Honorable Karis most agree.
Look, Senator, a lot has been said about what needs to be done, and most times, when the court says that an action is illegal, a number of things can happen. The court is not saying that if an action has been taken that you can reverse, you should go ahead and somehow resurrect it. What the court is saying that going forward, you have to do what is right. So there are things that can be rectified. There are some things that will, if Funati says and say, look, we need to review X, Y, and Z things that can be reversed. There are certain things. If monies were expended under the budget, what are you going to do? You're going to tell the people to resurrect the money and bring it back. But going forward, you can take a number of steps to rectify certain things. The court is not saying that you're going to undo. It's going forward. Everything you was doing is wrong. Go back and do what is right. This is what the court is saying. So this idea that, now we have to overturn the whole budget. Everything that the Senate and the entire House was doing, that's illogical. That's not the court's intent. What the court is saying is that you are proceeding wrongly. Now you need to go back and do what is right. This is exactly what this court is doing. So this whole idea of because people are taking salaries and taking money for the court, so now they should go and give back. So the budget judiciary should reverse and give all its money back so it can be right. This is, it doesn't make any sense at all. The court's decision today is that the action of members of the majority of the speaker were illegal, and it mandated the clerk to inform members of the majority to add accordingly. This means, beginning today, go and do what is right. Come under the guard of your speaker, recognizing as the speaker. That's what the court is saying in this decision today.
Thank you very much, Governor Tamba.
Thank you, Stanton, and good afternoon to you, and good afternoon, Senator Snow, and to my fellow panelists and Representative Via. It's a pleasure to see you again. So I have been sorry that I'm late on the show today due to a lot of engagement. I have followed the ruling of the Supreme Court, the first ruling and today's ruling. And for me, the first thing that comes to mind is that the rule of law in any country, it is the pinnacle. It is a foundation upon which we build strong democracies. And we may disagree politically. We may come from different political aisles. We may have, the opposition that have, been strong in taking a position since this impasse began 6 months ago, and the government's role in supporting the proprietor speaker and recognizing his leadership. However, now that the Supreme Court has gone back and clarified the decision, in my view, I think this decision needs to be respected, by all parties, so that Liberia can move forward. And the second aspect of this decision today also brings to bear the issue of leadership that we are struggling with in Liberia. When leaders are in roles where the command authority, people look to them to move the nation forward, to drive the agenda of social economic development, those leaders also bear the moral responsibility, to be accountable to the people who put them in authority to lead. What I have seen over the last 6 months, both leaders who have been fighting for this speakership have shown little or no moral leadership whatsoever. In advanced democracies, where you see democracy thriving, a leader will step forward based on moral leadership and say, if my presence here, and I think Snow did it, a decade ago or plus, when he stepped aside, that's a story for another day. You step aside and you allow for the greater good of the nation so that the nation can move forward. And this is what I'm not seeing today. I'm not seeing yesterday. So Stanton, if I had to make one suggestion, one recommendation to both Speaker Kofa, and congratulations on his legal victory. Speaker Kofa has won the legal battle, but he has lost the political fight because Speaker Kofa initially lost the confidence of the majority of the people under his leadership while he was Speaker of the House, while he's Speaker of the House. Even though now the Supreme Court has clarified that the proprietor speaker and the majority bloc acted illegally or outside the Constitution, which is, or the authority, which was ultra vires initially, they must also see reason for the greater group of Liberia to come together and see how we can move this nation forward. We need to resolve this impasse. It can't take another 2 months for us to be going back and forth between the speaker and the proprietor speaker. They have to come together. They have to put their egos aside. They have to think of Liberia and move this country forward, Stanton. And I'll have more to say on this. This right now, this is where my position is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative, welcome to the show. We saw your piece today on the Spawn page. We want to appreciate you for sharing some deep thoughts. Again, welcome to the show. You can make a statement. Honorable Snow is our guest. You can ask him a question.
Thank you, Stanton, and Senator Snow. Thank you for being on this panel today. And the rest of the panelists were Honorable Gray, retired Colonel Gray, Mr. Jackson and Tamba. So, thank you, and to my fellow Liberians listening at home and throughout the entire universe. I mean, following this were impasse for the last months, over 6 months. You know, it's about time now for us and to the both leader, as Tama alluded to. It's not about, at this point in time in our country, it shouldn't be about us anymore. At this particular point in time, the Supreme Court is the highest court of the land. And we know that the decision made by the Supreme Court, look, it's like you are work, wherever you are at work. There are guidelines, there are procedures, there are certain policies at your place of employment. Where you work at, there are certain policies, there are certain guidelines that when you take a look at, well, you don't like it, but you know what? You have to follow it because it puts structure and system in place. And if we don't, I work on the structure and system that we have in Liberia, all parts of the world, is the rule of law. And we all will not agree on the decision, right? But however, based on our overall achieving goal, which is our country, Liberia, which should come first. And this is why the statement that I released today, as soon as the Supreme Court made its decision, I released my statement. I said, it's about time for us to move forward. Both sides should come together and put Liberia first at this time, because it's very pivotal right now. We are at a crossroad. We are at a crossroad in Liberia now. This time is very pivotal. That both leaders should accept. You don't have to agree, but accept. It's two different things, right? You accept the decision for Mama Liberia's sake. And I'm appealing to both leaders at this point in time, and also appealing to the president of Liberia. Because if President Boyka released a statement saying he support the Supreme Court decision, I think tension would kind of reduce between both houses, right? Between both leaders, between Kun and Speaker Kofa. So this my appeal at this time is for Mama Liberia. We are struggling. People are struggling in Liberia. People are going to go to bed tonight with no food. Kids going to get up tomorrow and no school to go to, right? No hospital. People are going to be sick. People dying every day. No mental health. No medical health in our country. Education system is struggling. It's broken for the future of our country. This is why I'm appealing to both leaders at this time, the Kun and Kofa, that we should put Liberia first and for us to move forward. Because right now, look, I would say this. People are watching. People are watching. The American government is watching. And exactly what Senator Snow said, he picked that up. Well, we want to prepare ourselves to have a seat, one of the highest seats in the world. However, simple rulings our Supreme Court have made, and we can come together. My appeal to everyone now is to Kun and Fanati, Speaker Kofa, let us accept this decision and put our country first and put our citizens first. When the people of Liberia elected representative, they didn't elect the representative to come and fight against each other. The people elected us, including myself, because here, once we are elected, the people elected us to fight for them, not to fight against each other. So please, my appeal to us, let us accept this decision and put Liberia first and put our country first, because we are at the crossroad in Liberia at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative District Number 3, Rhode Island. Let me go to Honorable Snow. You heard from Tamba, you heard from Governor Clinton. Let me come to you, Honorable Snow. Please talk to us.
Well, Senator, I think we're all saying the same thing. You know, we should not allow this situation to derail our democratic credentials. It's very important for us. We are on the war stage. We are touring the globe trying to get a seat on the Security Council. The previous government launched a bid, the ECOWAS summit in Guinea-Bissau, asking for a seat at the Security Council for Liberia. That bid was endorsed by ECOWAS member states. Today it's gone global. Former President Sirleaf and President Boyka were both in New York to launch Liberia's bid. Some of our Senate colleagues and members of the House of Representatives were there. The foreign minister have been doing an excellent job going around the globe trying to get us on the Security Council. We should not allow this situation. I mean, tomorrow if someone opens the newspaper in Cape Verde and reads that the Supreme Court rule and the government or the elements, ranking elements of the regime are condemning the Supreme Court and say they will not respect the decision of the Supreme Court, I don't think it's a good thing to do. You know, if our colleagues in the House feel that they can move the Speaker, there's a procedure. Go there, ask the Speaker, and I'm happy Honorable Gray is here. Ask the Speaker to recuse himself. The Speaker will have to recuse himself. Carry on your due process and take a vote. Once you have now the majority block, or the self-styled majority block, I think they're more than 50 or so. So they should even have more confidence now than even before when they were 43, 44. They say I think they're more than 50. So go there, ask the Speaker to recuse himself, call a vote, and remove him legally. But the courts are ruled. You say you have the numbers, but you condemning the court and say, no, you will not do it, you will not change. There's your decision. I don't think it's good for the country. I don't think it's good for the rule of law. And I think it's provocation to the opposition community. I don't think we should encourage that. Liberia don't need this at this time, and we should not encourage it.
Thank you. Let me bring in Honorable Snow. Honorable Gray, talk to us.
Thank you very much. And let me say good evening to all. I'm sorry that I came late. I have some other engagements. But I'm shocked that people want to beg people that the court has ruled against. I'm really shocked. Like you'll be saying, for the sake of peace, for the sake of peace. People should abide by the rules. The law is the law. Once the court rules, we should not be begging people to accept the ruling of the court. That is very dangerous. To beg for the acceptance of the decision of the court, and we on the show and we say we should beg them. You shouldn't be begging. You shouldn't be talking to the two leaders to beg. No. The other group is illegal, but the court ruling is very clear. There's the first time in my lifetime under a stable administration where the court has taken a decision, the Supreme Court, and people say they accept the court ruling. This is the first of its kind. For me to see officials of government who say they don't accept the ruling of the court. I think Honorable Snow can recall there was a time that you guys wanted a bit of impeachment to remove, I think, 2 associate justices or 3. You and I were on the same side on the floor. We're saying, no, you can't do this. And guess what? There was an injunction filed. The legislature, under title, accepted it. They had to live with it, accept it. If you can remember very well on the snow, I think they have Francis Coco and 2 other persons on our list, and a female. When I hear
the current Chief Justice was one of those.
Yes, well, yeah, the current Chief Justice was one of those that the guy,
yeah.
And when the court filed a writ, the Supreme Court, the very Supreme Court, the action of the legislature was halted automatically. There's no time that I know the legislature, the court, the Supreme Court, issue a stay order and they rejected the stay order of the Supreme Court. Somebody will have to correct me tonight. It has never happened, and it should not be happening. For me, that's my position, which is very clear. Why it's true that the Speaker has a lot of work to do. I'm one of those who have said that to him, privately and publicly. To get the numbers and interact, you got to be reconciliatory. You got to bend back. His speech was very powerful. Yes, today, I mean. You need a majority. You need people to have a quorum. You got to bend back. You got to interact. You don't have to wish on anybody. You don't have to go after people. Any people who support you, they have to make some concessions. Like Gamon said, some of the decisions, it becomes difficult to reverse them because they've been paying people to reverse the entire budget, to reverse this. Some of those decisions are tough decisions to make. So it will be a give and take. But I was shocked that reputable people, and sometimes when we come on the show, people say you want to be personal. I'm not personal. But when our father as Deputy Speaker and a veteran from the 53rd legislature, okay, you should not be sitting and allow these things to happen. You should guard the flow. On our Koga, who just went to an election, should guard the new lawmaker and guard the flow. Because there are few cardinal things internationally that the people look at. They look at the rule of law. They look at women and children issues. They look at the issue of corruption, international partners that help in our country. These are things that they look at. One of the major components of the arrest agenda has to do with respect of the rule of law. The rule of law, one of the arrows, has to do with the rule of law. So, in my mind, I want to give the president the benefit of the doubt. The Supreme Court ruling should be enforced by the executive branch of government. I want to give the president the benefit of the doubt with all my criticism. I don't believe that the president will sit and allow these guys that the Supreme Court has ruled against to enjoy the same immunities. I don't believe so. I know that members of the opposition community are dead serious about respecting the rule of law, respecting the Supreme Court decision. I know they're not going to fold their hands and say yes. One group of people feel that the law unto their own. Nobody is law unto his own in this country. Yeah, we should not encourage that. President Sari had a smooth transition. President Weah had a smooth transition of 20,000 votes different, 17 to 20,000 votes different. We all, people went to election. Fandana Padre went to election. Other people went to election. Some people felt there were irregularities in election. They accepted the results to move ahead. Okay? So, on a snow, I wanted to ask you, I want you to be candid enough. My concern here is that you were a speaker before. You let it go. I remember that very well, though the code rule, but you let it go. Okay, but this other person is saying, I will not let it go because we got to set a precedent, move me legitimately. What is your candid advice to the guys, though I know they don't like you, but you have a vast experience? What is your candid advice to Speaker Kofa in dealing with the other people in terms of reconciliation? And what's your candid advice to the quote-unquote majority bloc? What's your advice to Richard Kuhn? Because he's the guy who there now, he's the guy that people rallying around. What's your advice? Because the way I look at it at the end of the day, I know some lawmakers who are already waiting to kind of fanatical to have how they call it, a forum. I know about that because for some
let us send us Snow and give chance to others. Senator Snow, can you please answer Representative Great question?
Well, thank you, Moses. It's simple. First, my advice to Speaker Kofa is that I've always said it from the first day we approached. I was asked on Spoon Network on the removal of the speaker. There are three components: the legal aspect, the political aspect, and the moral aspect. So yourself, you have to ask yourself in your closet: do I enjoy the confidence of my colleagues? Can I continue this charge? What should I do? Only you can answer that question. The political side is, okay, the court has ruled in my favor, but how long can I carry this if I don't enjoy the confidence of my colleagues? Do I want to continue perpetually? How do we do it? That's the political side. And that political side is not just him. It's he and those he have on his side, his numbers. Because be careful now. If he decides that he's going to be intransigent and the guys on his side go to the other side and say, look, let's call the vote. We are with you. We cannot keep the country moving like this. And let's do this and let's move him. Then he's done. So you have to be able to navigate properly. That's the political side. On the Speaker Kuhn, Richard Kuhn, Representative Richard Kuhn's side of it, is that, and I agree with you, Akaras, there are, even if you notice, Senator, when Dopo came on the air just now, he disagreed with me, but in his intro, he acknowledged the fact that I was his ranking member, that I was his senior. In the parliament, in the legislature, there are senior colleagues. Excuse me. There are senior colleagues. Deputy Speaker Fala is the most senior person in the House of Representatives. Today is Senator Zoe Penner, Senator Edwin Snow, Representative Thomas Fala, that are still there, that got elected in 2005 and were there straight through. So in the House of Representatives, Representative Fala is the most senior. I will encourage our colleagues in the House to listen to him, and I will encourage him to guide them. Because when I was being removed as Speaker, Honorable Fala was one of those on my side, on the minority. We were the minority at the time, and he stood by me to the end. So he had experience being on the side of the minority. He was with me when we went to court and we won the case. He was one of those who advised me and said, "Big brother, you've won the case. I think you should just resign. Let the guys take their job." So Honorable Fala was that person in the inner circle, the Rufus Newberg, Edwin Jua, Zoe Penner, Kai Fale, Thomas Fala. I mean, they were there in that close circle, Kuku Double, they were in that room with me and gave me that advice to quit. Honorable Fala now should talk to our colleagues that you now have, quote unquote, the majority. Don't abuse it. Don't abuse it. Might don't make right. You got the numbers. You may have the backing of the executive. The Deputy Information Minister are taking the government platform to insult everybody that disagree with the majority black. So you have that platform, the state. You enjoy everything from the state. You refer to as Speaker. You're giving the press as Speaker and everything. But the court has ruled. So my advice to them now would be, look, now that the court has spoken, the court is correcting the wrong, let us go to the process. We don't want Kofa. We're not prepared to work with him. So let's do it the right way in line with Article 33, Article 49. Let's call a vote. Let's get him due process and let's remove him. But to come on and grandstand and say we disagree with the court, there have been two public comments from the House of Representatives. Representative Richard Kuhn said he condemned the decision of the court, or he disagreed with the decision of the Supreme Court, issue of official statement. Honorable James Collette had a post, he was interviewed, and he's calling for impeachment or entertaining a bill of impeachment against the justices who rule against the majority bloc. That doesn't speak well for our democracy. We're not always agreed. And that's how the law is set. We're not always agreed. So my advice to them is, might don't make right. Now that the court has ruled, take advantage of the process and proceed in accordance with the law, and let the law take its course for the image of the country. So again, both sides has a job. Like you already said, the speaker has an uphill battle. The court has ruled, but the court cannot keep him there as speaker. That the court cannot do. The court can come and say, you must keep him. No, the court says he's the speaker. Now, it's up to him to maintain it, or they get him out through the right process constitutionally. I think that is the most important part.
Again, we're going to go to Vendetta Patrick, who will be the last. We have to go to the front line on this wonderful day. Those of you, almost 90,000 of you that went through to follow us today on this segment, we appreciate you. 90,000 of you came not to see Vendetta Patrick, Mr. Riku, but to see and to listen to this phone network. So please consider Vendetta Patrick question 90,000 of you, as he asked Mr. Snow, Senator Snow. VP.
Don't say my market. You know you're my big brother always. So I see Representative Nathan Bia, he was talking about Rhode Island. Is he a representative in Liberia or the United States? I mean, I wanted to hear that. I came very late anyway. Are you representing the United States or a representative in Liberia?
VP, I'm representative. VP, I'm representative in Rhode Island, United States.
Oh, okay.
Hey, you want to know more? I'm a 1989 graduate from Cathedral High School.
In a foreign land. Oh, okay, that's good. I mean, I'm so honored, man. I like your events and the way you participate. I mean, it's a pleasure to see you here tonight. I'm deeply honored. Trust me. I wish I had known you at the time I was in Boston going to school, but it's you contributing towards national development in our country with respect to policy analysis. But CEO, I am very disappointed tonight for three reasons. You know, it's three because I listened to Honorable Snow. Big brother Honorable Snow, I don't think you should provide any piece of advice to any individual relative to this ongoing political debacle at the home. You set the stage for this stupidity to continue. At the time you went to the Supreme Court ruled in your favor. You exited prematurely. And as a result of that, Speaker Tyler was removed using the same situation. Today, we are talking about Speaker Kofa. If you are held your grounds, that the law is the law and that people should operate in the confines of the law, that political or legal madness will not have set in the minds of individuals to remove Speaker Tyler, Speaker Kofa. So as a result of your premature exit, we saw the premature removal of Ellis Tyler. We saw the premature removal of Fonati Kofa. We are asking Fonati Kofa to hold his ground now that the Supreme Court has ruled to say the recognized constitutional speaker of the Republic of Liberia, and that the RLJ speaker in Richard Cohn is a quack. His existence is illegal. And you know, I came late because I've been having a series of meetings. I just met a few groups of individuals at one of our major meeting points. CEO, this is not a threat, but Article 1 gives us the right to be the protectors of our Constitution. When the Attorney General of the Republic of Liberia misinterpreted the ruling of the Supreme Court, the executive branch of government, without delay, willfully and intentionally and legally proceeded to disrupt the speaker by removing, recognizing RLG speaker as the speaker, because their relying was the Attorney General is crowned with the authority of interpreting said ruling. Now that the Supreme Court has ruled, do you listen to say about the Attorney General interpretation of the Supreme Court? I put that in the chat room. In other words, the Supreme Court said today that his interpretation of what the Supreme Court said, ultra vires, was a form of stupidity, madness.
All right, we want to say again, it's the internet problem with our brother Fundetta. Patrick, you care to respond? Send us know. Send us know. You care to respond to VP? Can you please unmute?
Yeah, I don't know if my internet is good, but I know I'm it's kind of like it's breaking apart, it's breaking up. But again, let me just say to my brother VP, you know, it's always good to advise. And you know, when people say to you that I've served in this position for X amount of years, it's not just bread and butter. You have seen a lot. You've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. And with all that I've seen in my life and where I am today, thanks to God, I will always be willing to advise. You're talking about a decision I made when I was 36 years old. A decision I made when I was 36 years old. A decision I made when my academic capacity was seen as it is today. Today, I'm 54 years old. I have a master's degree. I have work experience, both nationally and internationally. I've served as a major mediator in conflict resolution in West Africa. You know, when they had similar situation in the parliament in Sierra Leone, I headed the ECOWAS mission there to bring the two bodies together to work together. I headed that mission. When there's dispute in other countries in the region, in Guinea-Bissau, in Togo, when they had electoral problems there, I was there. I headed the ECOWAS parliamentary mission for the election in Nigeria on 2 occasions. I've headed it in Sierra Leone on two occasions. I headed it in Cote d'Ivoire. I've headed it in Ghana. So I've come with experience. What I would have done 20 years ago, I wouldn't do it today. So when you say stupidity, I set the platform for it and whatnot. If I would have given in when I was 36 years old, why wouldn't I preach peace at 55 years old? So I'm on an obligation. I'm a national leader. I've paid my dues. And I think it's only right to give the necessary advice. We cannot keep the country hostage. What is happening in Liberia is ugly. When I travel out of the region, I'm in a lot of international chat room. Today, I'm on this show. If you notice, I keep looking at my phone. I got colleagues from all over the region texting me. All over the region. They are following this show tonight in the ECOWAS region. Somebody can't even speak English good, but they're following the show. Somebody asking for interpretation are going, doing Google translation and all for them while on the show. So people are following it. And when we had our election in Liberia in 2023, and Mr. Weah, former President Weah, called President Boycott of the then candidate, and he made his concession. Liberia was applauded. People praised Liberia. Today, when they hear that we have an impasse in the legislature that has lasted for more than 6 months, And the court has ruled today, and there are signs that people are intending to disrespect the opinion of the Supreme Court. It doesn't fly well for Liberia. Whether you are opposition, whether you are ruling party, this is about Liberia. And we all must put all hands on deck to have this problem solved, because it doesn't send a good image about our country. It reflects bad for Liberia, and we all must put all hands on deck and solve this problem. And that's why I will continue to give my advice. Don't forget, I've given advices in the past that wasn't accepted. When the first ECOWAS team came here, I was accused that I've taken sides, so they should not listen to ECOWAS. The president didn't even want to meet the ECOWAS delegation. They didn't want to take pictures with them. They pretty much were very hostile to the delegation. They left. Another mission came here. I knew everybody on the mission. I went with my friend, sat down there. I didn't want to be bothered because I was not part of the mission, like the first mission. They accused her again, that old Snow. The Ghana parliament came here. Mahama Ayariga is the majority leader in Ghana. He's one of my best friends in this region. Very close. I go to Ghana and stay in her. He can't stay in my house. He was on that delegation. They said, oh, that's Snow friend. We shouldn't listen to them. But I'm not taking a particular side, only on the side of the rule of law. And today the court has told me that the decision I have taken for the past 6 months was the right decision as per the ruling of the court. And I'm very satisfied with that. And I'm encouraging everybody to respect the decision of the court, and let's move this process forward in the interest of Liberia. That's all I'm asking for.
So let's just end with you. Let's just end with you. For Phoebe, I know you went up, but let's give you just one short question. I beg you, we gotta go to the phone line. Make it fast, please.
Just a point of correction. I agree that everyone should respect the decision of the court, and the law is the law. There are people languishing behind bars at the Monrovia Central Prison, where some of us have gone there for several months or weeks because the Supreme Court had ruled that they violated the laws of the land. Some of them have been in prison for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. All the lower courts, they convicted other people because they committed crime. And as such, they are behind bars. This Supreme Court has come out to say, look, we are not forcing you to wear a cover, but the way you remove him, it did not fall in line with your own rules and the Constitution of Liberia. Go and do what is right. And a purported speaker is saying in defiance of the Supreme Court ruling. I want all Liberians to understand this tonight. Imagine the National Elections Commission declares someone winner of a presidential election, and someone on the other side say, I don't accept the decision of the National Election Commission. I am the president of the Republic of Liberia. You know what will happen? There will be chaos. Rachel Kuhn is bringing chaos in this country. And I'm saying this, I'm not using your platform to threaten national security, but Article 1 states clearly that the power is inherent in the people. I came late because I've been having a series of consultations today.
Thank you.
We are saying to Rachel Kuhn, this is not a threat, but it's to defeat his impression that he can defy the Supreme Court. Listen, I come in, let me be protected. It is not a threat, but to defeat his impression that he can defy or condemn the decision of the Supreme Court. Beginning Monday, a Rachel Kuhn rides in a vehicle with REP1 with palace security. Rachel Kuhn, wherever he attends, state function, local function, those functions will be disrupted. Will make sure that no one in this country impersonate to present themselves as individuals when they are not legitimately endorsed.
Thank you very much, Vandetta Patrick.
What?
Thank you. Thank you. I want us to wrap this thing up. We have to go to the phone line. It's a big day in our country. We will talk about Nima politics tomorrow. We just can't do it today. I just want to recap very quick what we have on the Snow and Representative Nathan Bia from Rhode Island. We appreciate you coming on, Representative. The president now is in a serious dilemma here. Everyone should understand that the decision is with the president. President Joseph Yima Bwaka came to power promising to uphold the rule of law. The president for 40 some more years, he have great grandfather wisdom when it comes to government, when it comes to governance, when it comes to leadership. He served in different ministries and in different entities in Liberia. He went as far as being the vice president of the Republic of Liberia and president of the Senate. He understands the Constitution, so we do believe. He knows religion, deacon of the Baptist Seminar, Baptist Church as a whole. We all do respect and we all do admire. For me personally, I do believe in President Joseph Yima Bwaka. But here we are. Our country Capitol building got burned. December 18, 2024. Where were you then? Because of the same situation we are discussing today. World leaders were concerned. Would there be another serious crisis in Liberia? Would there be another October Autopause? Would there be another 1990? Would there be another April 6th when people ran away and got into Greystone and other places in the country? You remember what they say? You go beyond line, you can't come back. Many are called, few are choosing. You remember the different fashions and warring fashion? The dark days of our country. Honor this government. Honor this president that we all champion to enjoy the lasting peace that was so sustained, that was so achieved and so protected by Madam Salif and even George Manawea. What's happening? The Capitol building got burned down. Was Joseph Yima Bwaka sleeping? Did Joseph Yima Bwaka put it on his advisor, Minister of Justice, also Twe? Some Kofi Wolf was good. It's surprising that you understand that activists, a Catholic activist, labor minister, now national security advisor to the president. These guys are given the worst advice ever. They have gone down in the Guinness Book of Record where you found the advice to be reckless, the advice to be corrupt. What is going on in our country? Who can talk about Bush Ben Keita? Follow his history. Who is advising the president? Or who is the president advising? Can this president save the state? Can President Joseph Yima Bwaka save Liberia? Or are we walking into another dark period in our history? I care less about Richard Cohn. Richard Cohn can say, I disagree. Yeah, that's a little Twitter. Give him Kenny, he will be fine. I disagree. I agree. It's okay not to agree. But the ball is in the court of our president, Joseph Yima Bwaka, who we deem and we have seen that he's a man of peace. What would President Bwaka do? Today we saw the president coming home in a private jet provided by his Ghana counterpart, the Bahamas. Or maybe this is one of the Ghana military plane, who knows? Today we see the president couldn't take question. He couldn't take question on the decision of the Supreme Court. This is painful, my fellow Liberian. Are we losing our president? Is he in charge of the Republic of Liberia? Is President Joseph Yima Bwaka in charge? Can we say now we have gangsterism? Can we say now we have few good men, if you know Al Capone and the cartels, that have governed themselves and have gathered just to rob and destroy our country? Can we say that now? My fellow Liberians, it's time to wake up. Enough is enough. We are not calling for war. No. But you can speak and you should speak. It's time for you to speak to your lawmakers and say enough is enough. The highest court of the land, the Supreme Court, have rejected Richard Cohn. They have rejected opinion of the Justice Minister. What would President Bwaka say? I can now say it in the words of the Chief Justice. The Attorney General's opinion for which the self-styled majority black is acting on is of no relevance to this court. Now, I believe right now the president should be calling for the resignation of his justice minister. I believe right now the president should be calling for this resignation of his legal advisor, Bushman Keita, that have double dipped, and he have created one of the worst things in the history of Liberia by illegally removing people on turning position and by replacing them with no redress. Where are we, my fellow Liberians? Where are we? I do believe at this time we should be called, and I will say to you, as a born Liberian representing Nathan Bia, I'm not going to put you on the spot yet. You have much more influence. You hold much more power. You can meet lawmakers here in this country. You can go across this country and meet congressmen and women. I do believe when we have character like Oswald Twerk, we should call for sanction on him. When we have character like Kofi Woods, we should call for thorough investigation on their records. Bushman Keita, these guys have family that live here in the United States. These guys have relatives when they come to live in the Maryland area, the Delaware area. We should ask this government to investigate them. Why they have planned to destroy Liberia? Why they have planned to take Liberia back to the dark age? We should. There's no need for the children to suffer anymore. There's no need for us to be beggars and spectators in our own nation. Enough is enough. That's why today we have come across the MCC, the compact. Well, say goodbye to the compact. The Dutch is shutting down foreign aid agency, the MCC, the Little Challenge Corporation. Say goodbye to it. We will not get the 400 million. We will not get the 500 million. We have walked into a tough time. So if we have a House of Representatives that is so divided, and everything should be for sale, have anyone asked, where is the $8 million that was used by Richard Kuhn and James Collette and Deputy Speaker Thomas Falah? Where's the money? When Kofi Wu called and speak to Richard Kuhn about that amount, he said, we don't have it. Today, we can say that the finance minister, Gafwan, is backing banks to make funds available. How did we get here, folks? Yeah. You can blame me. I asked you to vote for Joseph Walker. Yeah, I took full responsibility. Because I believe then that Joseph Walker was a leader. Can he lead today? Can he lead today? I don't go after those folks that are on social media just writing because they sit in front of the girlfriends and drinking and eating. No, this is on President Walker, and President Walker should show leadership. It is disgraceful, it is painful, it is ridiculous to even say whether President Walker will ever have a legacy. Madam Salif is jubilating. Madam Salif is celebrating. Madam Salif said, I told you so. Yeah, she's saying it right now. I told you so. Well, what again tomorrow we'll see. We're not going to just let this go. President Walker is not a king. He's a president that got 4 more years left. And we'll remind him every single day that the right thing is done. So to all of you that joining us, thank you. After the guys gave the closing, we'll stay here and get your call. Uncle Sam, I want to bring you in. Before I do that, let me go back to Senator Snow. Let he close and leave. And then we'll ask Representative Bia to do the same. Uncle Sam will come to you next. Senator Snow, please.
Well, let me start with Representative Bia. I'm happy to see you. I listened to you 1 or 2 times on the show. I have 2 kids that you're a representative for. You know, I have 2 of my kids that live in Rhode Island. They've spoken very well of you, so I'm happy to interact with you. I think you're a good image of Liberia. The fact that you still recognize your motherland and you are still participating in conversation amidst your very busy schedule in the United States. I want to say thank you, not just to you, but the likes of Stanton, Conor Gray, and others that are out there in the diaspora that spend a lot of time working and yet make time at night to come and inform and educate our people. I think it means a lot. People take these things for granted, but media coverage is very, very critical to our state. So again, I want to say thank you, and I'm glad that I'm interacting with you on this platform. As regards the situation in the House of Representatives, again, I strongly believe that the statement from Representative Richard Kuhn today was just his initial outburst. Spur of the moment, he was shocked maybe, and he said what he said, but I don't think that the Richard Kuhn I know will make this kind of condescending statement against the ruling of the Supreme Court. I've not interacted with Representative James Collier, so I cannot speak who he is, but I see him to be a very sharp young man, and I think his statement about impeaching the justices, I mean, it's just a bluff because it's not possible. But I encourage him to desist from making this kind of derogatory statement. It's not good for the country. It's not good for the rule of law. I want to also encourage members of the House of Representatives to see reason in getting together and resolve the problem. I'm not saying keep for nothing. No, if you don't want him to be speaker, you cannot force it. Nobody can force him to be speaker. But let's just do it the right way. Let's follow the procedure. Let's do it the right way so that it reflects a good image of our country. I think what has happened over the last few months doesn't speak well. And I strongly believe that Deacon Boykai, Uncle Joe, President Boykai, will do what is right to respect the decision of the High Court. It's very important that he comes out in this one. Liberia is seeking a seat on the Security Council, United Nations Security Council, and I don't think disrespecting the ruling of the Supreme Court would be one of those things that would give us credit to have that seat. Again, Speaker Kofa, I want to wish you well. There's a tall order for you, but again, you need to face your colleagues, see how best you can resolve this matter because it's not good for Liberia. It has had a negative impact on our country for months now. I don't think we should continue to do this. Some of the officials, my friend Mo Ali, there's a female that's always on Facebook, and she posted and said, Mo Ali, you think if investors see an official of government saying something like this about the High Court, would that investor be encouraged to come to Liberia? I want to echo that. Utterances coming from our officials of government, undermining the rule of law and the decision of the High Court, be it Mo Ali, my good friend, be it Wilma Pay, someone that I have a lot of respect for, I don't think it's good for our democratic credentials. And I think they should desist from it. The court has spoken. You may not like the decision of the court, but we have to respect the decision of the court. That's what our Constitution calls for. That's what the rule of law says. Sometimes the court will rule against you. Like somebody said, I think VP or somebody, there are people in prison today. O.J. Simpson went to prison based on the decision of the court. People are in prison, sometimes they might be there for the wrong reason, but the court spoke, and they have to respect the decision of the court. So let's respect the rule of law. Let's show Liberia, and etc. I believe that Liberia has a bright future. But this simple matter could affect that future because it's so simple for us to drag on for all these months. Until today, we are still now condemning the Supreme Court for making a decision, for reaching a ruling, majority ruling today at the Supreme Court. 4 of the justices ruled in favor. One of the justices dissented, which is his right, but he was dissenting to something that he even spoke of. He was the only person, when the court ruled before, he was the only person who agreed with the court and publicly agreed and stated what the court said. Then today he changed on it. Well, that's his decision. That's what the law calls for. He has the right to do it. But again, the majority spoke, and that's what the law says, the majority vote. And I think the public, all of us, should respect the court. Lastly, to my friend VP, I heard you making some remarks. I want to encourage you to follow the rule of law. Public disobedience, be it violently done, if that's the aim, I want to discourage you from doing that. I think the president will respect the court. He took an oath to uphold the Constitution of Liberia, and I will be very disappointed and very shocked if he did the contrary. So I show the president will respect the rule of law, he respect the Constitution. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and let's see what happens. But let us not yield to violent act regarding this issue. Richard Kuhn knows he's not the speaker. He knows he's a representative. The code was very clear, and I believe strongly that the government, the executive branch, will have him to act accordingly. When we open in May, second week in May, the Senate will speak on this matter, and even if we have a divided vote on it, some of us who are on the side of the rule of law, be it Augustine Che, be it Senator Nathaniel Mangay, be it Senator Darius Denon, be it Edwin Snow, and the like of others, will speak, and our voices will be very loud on the floor of the Senate regarding this matter. Thank you very much, Senator, for the invite.
Thank you very much, sir. And my regards to you. One of your supporters in my ear said, when they grow up, they want to be like you, and they say special thanks to you for all you do for Liberia. Thank you. Representative Nathan Biep.
I thought you said Uncle
Yeah,
Sam
thank
first.
you. Thank
I in Liberia. But go ahead,
Uncle
Nathan.
Sam,
No. Let my representative go, because I went to school in Rhode Island and my representative there. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Senator Snow, thank you for those kind words. And Jackson, I know that's your home here. Well, let me close by saying, and let me just make this crystal clear. The root of law is the root of law. It's the key pillar of any all civilized nation. What keep us together is the root of law. What keep us safe at night is the root of law. Right. So let me just make this crystal clear. Our highest court of the land have spoken, and I expect us all to abide by that and move forward for the purpose of our country. And this is the key thing that I want us all to get. And Representative Gray, my brother, you said something earlier when you're speaking. You said, why are we begging? It's not much that are we begging. As a leader and in governance, the Greek has three things our leaders should have: the ethos, the pathos, and the logos, right? Those things build on character in leadership. There are certain times, there are certain situations you speak with empathy, you speak with kind words because you don't want what? You don't want problem within your nation. And there are certain times you speak with certain authority, right? But at this time, we at a crossroads. Senator Snow said, Liberia, we do have a great future ahead of us. However, if we don't be careful, right, our bright future that is ahead of us will start to crumble. And we don't want our country to crumble. We have gone through, some of us, we all know people saying, like, you know what, look, I'm here as a representative. Yeah, I graduated from Cathedral in 1989. I went through the war. I was a refugee in Africa. I walked from Bon Mines. I walked from Logantown to Bon Mines. You're not just talking about somebody that came here and just grew up here and don't know your country. 1989 was there. In 1990, I was right there. The Freeport, when the whole war, when Dole and Prince Johnson host, I was standing right there and there. We all struggled through the war. And this is our country. We have come this far. We don't want to go back. And we don't want any constitutional crisis moving forward. So this is why, as leaders, we say, look, the Supreme Court has made its decision. You may not agree, but please accept it for the peace of our nation to move forward. That's what I'm appealing to. This is the reason why I'm appealing to both leaders. The Supreme Court said it clearly, and there is no argument about that. But our country comes first. And this is my appeal again I know it was the first when the Supreme Court decision came, Kuhn made a statement, but I know he will regret and think about and putting Liberia first and for us to move forward, for our great nation to have a bright future to move ahead. Thank you. Thank you, Stanton. There's my closing.
Thank you very much, Representative. We appreciate you. Thanks a lot. Uncle Sam?
Well, thank you very much, my friend and brother, Senator Snow, Remy Gray, and my good brother, comrade. He's looking, not, I want you to look at me, Representative Gray, and of course, Harvard in the house, Vandella Patrick. And I once went to school in Rhode Island, so you are my representative. And of course, Tamba, I don't think I had the opportunity to ever meet you, but we'll look forward to it. But look, let me speak to my Liberian people. I've been a part of the recent history of this country since 1974, when I was the chairman of the Progressive Alliance of Liberia. And it was about rights, not rice, rights. So the whole thing about we came to this country and we destroyed this country. I mean, I didn't come to Liberia to overthrow a government. I didn't come to Liberia to start anything. I came to Liberia because I wanted to live in my country. And I wanted for us to build a country and respond to the issues that were very relevant then and even more relevant today. Poverty in all its manifestation. Bad health, ignorance, pestilence, all of those things that keep us down. Metropolitan Monrovia, 70% of the people here live in slums. And most of us on this platform came from those slums. And those slums have not changed the last 50 years. I go through Logantown a lot. I go through West Point. I live on the fringes of Yakutan, Gay Town. Nothing significant has changed in this. You see, of course, look at Tubman Boulevard. You see the modern structures. We don't own it. It's owned by Lebanese. 10 supermarkets owned by Lebanese. House of Brands, Zara, Oporto's, all of those. We don't own B Mountain. That's sending out $700 million worth of gold every year. Does King Jaw look like a town where $700 million worth of gold is extracted from each year? And they're building their own mineral water factory. They're building their own cement factory. And they're importing their own fuel oil and building their tanks. Metal is doing an extension where 90% of the technical staff are from South Africa, Australia, or from other countries. This is the Liberia we have. And in this Liberia, we are fighting each other. MPFL, IMPFL, Ulimo J, Ulimo K, CDC, Unity Party. For the last 20 years, CDC, Unity Party. That's a schism that separates us. That's a schism that determines how we react to legal issues. Today, it's not about the ruling of the Supreme Court, but it is partisan. People are supporting the majority black because they represent the Unity Party. And they believe that those of us who are against the majority black and support the rule of law because we are seditions and we support another political thing. That is the nonsense that has caused this country to be where it is today. The poorest country, the 8th poorest country on the planet, 200 plus countries, 192 countries are more prosperous than we are. And our poverty is biting. Our poverty is pervasive. Our poverty is extreme. Under those conditions, we elected Joseph Jima Boka, a man with 50 years of guide us, Mr. President. Teach us, Mr. President. Make us a better people. Unite us, Mr. President. That's what I want. I like to. I want to be united with people in the Unity Party. I want to sit with them with a room, and let's do some calculations on economic development. Bring your best brains. We'll bring our best brains. We sit down and we discuss development. That's what I want to do. I don't want to come on Spoon every night and discuss challenges to the government and all that kind of thing. I'd rather sit in a room or go to a classroom and teach about development and do things to improve the lives of the people in this country. That's what I want to do. And that's what we all should want to do. So my appeal, Mr. President, I beg you, I take God to beg you. Do not listen to those youngsters in your government that will want you to go and reject the ruling of the Supreme Court. That will be a blot on your character and your outstanding statesmanship that you have cultivated will go away if you do not push for the rule of law. On that note, I tell God thank you. My Wata, my Sarah, thank you for listening. And I'm traveling in a few days. I don't know when I'll be back on Spoon before I leave, but hopefully, if my schedule permit, I'll be back. But God bless you all. And thank you, Stanton, for creating this platform. And God bless Liberia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Seriously, we do appreciate you. Conagre, happy birthday to your wife. We wish her well. I don't know where you're taking her tonight, but you guys have fun, and we wish her Godspeed.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Stanton. You know, when I was in college, I read a book called The Prince, Niccolo Machiavelli. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure somebody like Jackson probably may have read Niccolo Machiavelli, and probably Tamba and even Stanton yourself. When you hear the word Machiavelli, it's even in our local parlance. You know, when they tell you a Machiavelli, or this action is Machiavelli, in other words, it's intransigent. These were bad counsels who sat around the Prince of Medici, a place in Italy, and gave the prince all kinds of counsel that were extremely bad. And that led the prince to be very erratic. Sometimes as a leader, you surround yourself with some of these Machiavellian advisors. You should have your own mindset because it's your legacy you're trying to protect. I say this to say back in 1989 when the war came, it met us in Liberia and some of us were in uniform. What do you expect the uniformed person to do? Naturally, you go to war. We went to war. Of course, there were some bad people among us. Don't get me wrong. You always have some bad people among good soldiers. And those people actually committed mayhem. Okay? But what does that have to do with all of this? It brought a scar upon us now. The progressive, their only fight when we're trying to introduce peace was to make the AFL look like a faction so that they can take governance. So this war that Mr. Jackson was talking about, you know, we bastardized one group over the other just so we can take dominion over leadership. It's not a day, but fast forward, some of the same guy was saying monkey must calm down. And some of the advisors that were around the monkey that should be coming down were some of the very first people that fled into exile. And when some of us were going for peace conferences from place to place, we were fighting for the AFL not to be a faction. Others were fighting for the AFL to be faction so that they can lead that governance. Some of the people who came to us said, man, you guys hurry up, man, bring peace to Liberia. Were the very advisors around the president, and those who led the march, monkey must come down. Sometimes I'm saying this, that when you're trying to bring war or trouble in a country, it may not affect only your neighbor. You might be the very first person to, you know, to leave the scene. Your comfortable home, all your decent lifestyle, you have to go live as a refugee where people telling you where not to be, where to be, and so on and so forth. But I hope I enjoyed that. I think it was Governor Clinton who stressed this point. The first time the Supreme Court ruled on this matter, it said go back to status quo ante. What that means, go back to how in the army would say as you were. You know, go back to whatever the normal thing used to be. So all other things that went by, we'll forget about it, whether it was the passing of the budget, all of this. Supreme Court said go back to status quo ante and make the point from there and going forward. We don't have to buy into the idea that we have to go back and discuss the budget. No, all that is past. That's why they say go back to status quo ante, so we can have peace of mind. In other words, let's start on a level ground so that we can look ahead. Look, this idea that if you have your own speaker, you lead in peace, it's illusory. In other words, don't think that because you want this to happen, so the other guy will be at disadvantage. Sometimes it will affect you all. President Barker has a legacy. I will always say this because at the end of the day, if you listen to some of these advisors around him, like the Prince did back in Italy, it will end up losing his own legacy. And we don't want that. I think President Barker, from what I've seen so far, is doing quite a bit, you know, compared to our recent past. He's doing quite a bit. A lot of accomplishment. You don't want to dent that because of, look, Richard Kuhn will never go. He hurt him when he lost that election to Kofa. He hurt him. This was not about Kofa's style of governance, because we know Kuhn has even delved into more money issue than even Richard than Kofa. If we're going by money, by the allegation they make that Kofa, meddling in some money issue, look, Kuhn got more dirty record than this short time, 6 months. He has eaten more money than Kofa would ever think about in his entire, if he was still the speaker, retain. So we have to be able to look beyond past this funny allegation. These are all theatrics. And as your man said, this is about a fight between two political organizations. Or if I retain Kofa, that means I'm trying to bring CDC. If I retain my own regime speaker, I'll be indominant. Illusion. Politics is a murky game. I agree. But we have a country to rescue. Even though probably that the side of rescuing the nation is no longer the objective, the primary objective of the unity party-led government, but we as a country, we need to be rescued, Stanton. And this president is the only one that will make this right. The first thing, withdraw Kuhn's privilege and restore Kofa's, and then we can go from there, because status quo ante say we should go back to how we were to be able to bring lasting peace. This is not so bad for now. Well, we can make it worse, my brother. Thank you so much.
Honorable Greg, thank you very much, retired Colonel Abraham McGregor. We appreciate you. Honorable Greg, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Look, the court has spoken. We all on the show say that the decision of the court should be respected. I've said, and I want to say again, said to a lot of people today, that I will personally give President Barker the benefit of the doubt. Because make no mistake that anybody violating the ruling of the highest court will face international wrath. I can say that to you for sure, that our international partners are very concerned. The statement today issued by my brother and friend Richard Kuhn, I did not represent him, the Kuhn that I know. It doesn't speak well of him. Some of the international partners are like, wow, did he really issue this statement? Like maybe other people said there will be a cool-off time. It means that maybe the emotions are still there, the shock, At least expected the court ruling in that direction. Okay, but however, he has to play leadership. I believe that President Boyka will never, that's my belief, except they otherwise sit and allow a public disrespect for the Supreme Court ruling like this. To do that, it undermines his legitimacy, it undermines his quest of his agenda, especially on the issue of rule of law. It set a dangerous precedent for a generation, even unborn, that our child can jump over and say, well, these guys, they could issue a verdict. They disrespected the verdict. What's about me? Is that what we want? Nobody wants that. I've never seen the history of this country where the court has ruled, and the ruling of the court is not only challenged, but is defied. Never ever heard about that. Never seen that on any administration except when we have crisis in this country. Except maybe you talk about the military junta. But the fact of the matter, for people to even imagine that you say, I will impeach the people. Impeachment is just a set of indictment. How do you remove them? It's the Senate that has that constitutional responsibility to remove people. So yeah, Bill Clinton was impeached, but he was not removed as president of the United States of America. So what is the essence of impeachment? The people say you are not legally seated. You are unconstitutional by your action. Then you say, we'll go remove them, an unconstitutional body. I can understand the emotions. I can say this to you, that all people are concerned about their committees. Some people are concerned about a lot of things. But Speaker Kufa has a responsibility to maintain people to their committees, to reach out to them, to say that bygone be bygone. It's not time to wish one. It's not time to gun down anyone. Okay, he has to be extremely reconciliatory. But let us not make a mistake in this country that nobody is above the law of the country. President Boyka himself is not above the law. And when you talk about the prince, Machiavelli, you have some Machiavellians around the president, I would say no. President Boyka has over 40-some years experience. He more experienced than his own advisors. Okay? Except the president himself has become a Leviathan, where the will of the Leviathan has become the will of the state. Okay? Instead of the will of the state becoming the will of the Leviathan, but the will of the Leviathan becoming the will of the state. That's what Richard Kuhn, for example, is trying to push. That the will of a Leviathan become the will of the state. The will of the state is the
All right, I think Honorable Great Internet went off. Let's bring you in, Tamba. Tamba, let's bring you in, please.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. The LTA said Gray should stop speaking. It's always an honor to be on the show here. And sorry that I came in late. And good evening, all of our followers and listeners in the radio land and those who follow online. I'm just going to give my input on two issues today on the Supreme Court ruling. First of all, let me talk about the Constitution, Stanton. No matter how much we disagree, no matter how much we come from different political parties or backgrounds, or no matter what factions we support or we are part of, every citizen of any country must always and always abide by the Constitution. And especially when a ruling is coming down from the highest court of the land, the Supreme Court of Liberia. We may disagree on our politics, We may disagree on our opinion, and of course, every citizen is free to say what they want to say. But whatever those differences are, in fact, that's why there's, there's a divergent opinion in the Supreme Court ruling. When there's one member there, like today, Judge Bese, who disagree with the ruling, he comes out with that statement, and as we read and saw today. However, the ruling of the Supreme Court must stand and must be respected, period. There's no argument about that. The Constitution is the foundation of any country, and the rule of law is that pillar that holds the democracy together for any thriving democracy. And that's my position today. And I think our leaders must respect and uphold the Constitution of Liberia. But I'm going to share a little bit of history on why we are where we are. If you look at the history of Liberia, and I know Uncle Sam is of, we were young children growing up when progressive, came back in the 70s, late 70s, to begin their organizing, which led to a protest and a coup d'etat and a civil war, and what we are today, rebuilding after 45 years. This Liberian Constitution that was revised in 1986 by the former President Samuel Kando's government is not perfect. And I think it may be and could be time for this generation, not the next generation, to begin to rethink. Is this Constitution serving us as a nation and as a people? Are there aspects of this Constitution that we may need to relook at? Be it in a referendum, can the government consider that as a project before 2029 election, so that whatever provisions are in this Constitution that is giving our legislature hard time and our government hard time to operate and function to meet the needs of today of the Liberian people, then let's look at those parts of the Constitution that may be issues for us, and let's revise them and let's update the Constitution so that it is consistent with the reality of today, with the need of the 21st century. And that's an area that we have to look at. And also what we've seen over the last 45 years, or maybe the last 30 years, since the end of the war, since, Taylor came in with his civil war and his supporters, every successive government have used this Constitution to their advantage. When parts of the Constitution work for them, they get behind it and they hide behind it and they go out, they use that portion of the Constitution that works for them, that's in their favor. When the Constitution doesn't work for them, when part of the Constitution is interpreted, doesn't work for them, then they object, they protest, and then they say funny things sometimes in the public space. It is a disgrace for anyone to come on the show, Stanton, Spoon, Talk, the largest media platform today in Liberia, to threaten any one individual or public official to say, because you didn't respect the Constitution, we're going to do this to you. That's the same, taking the law into your own hands. And that's what we've done over the last 45 years. People have taken the law into their own hands. They use the Constitution when it suits them, and then they reject the Constitution when it doesn't suit them. And that's the travesty we have in Liberia, Stanton. Be it our political leaders, our elected officials, they have done that every successive government for the last 45 years. And these are things that we need to look at. Be it a loyalist, be it a factional leader. When the Constitution is interpreted by the highest court of the land, we have to respect it. We have to look at it. Now I'm going to talk about leadership, and I'm going to conclude, Stanton. I have said before on this legislative impasse, as Representative Bia said earlier, there are three components of leadership. The ethos, the pathos, and logos. This fight that has happened in this impasse, it's ongoing impasse in the legislature. The political fight is over, and Funati lost the political fight. The legal fight is over today, and Funati won the legal fight. However, the moral fight and the moral leadership is needed. And this is where I think you can go and take your corner and say, this is where I stand because the law is a law. But we know that these people have used the law in different scenarios when it suits them and rejecting when it doesn't suit them. It is time to put the need of Liberia first. It is time for these leaders to come together and say, look, we've heard what the Supreme Court say, but Funati Kofa, Speaker Kofa, doesn't have the confidence of the majority of people who sat under him doing his leadership. This is what it broke away. Richard Coon have to recognize that what they did was illegal as per the Supreme Court ruling today. It is about what? Governance is about, reaching consensus. Sometimes you have to give and take. You have to compromise. You have to give and take. And this is what they need to do now, putting the interests of the Liberian people first so that they can do the job they were elected to do. Anything short of that, it will be hijacking this country, continuing to have this legislative impasse, and they are doing nothing, absolutely. They are doing nothing for the last 6 months. We've seen the kind of violence that have followed with the burning of the Capitol building. We cannot condone those things to continue, Stanton. These two leaders must put the interests of the Liberian people first and put their egos aside so that the work of the people can continue. I want to thank you so much, Stanton, for having me tonight. And thank you for the effort. I really enjoyed the short time I have been on the show. And please do continue the good work you are doing for Liberia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. I really, really do appreciate your participation on this show. Thanks a lot. I want to send a wedding anniversary out. Again, this is from Don Fadiga. Don Fadiga is sending out a wedding anniversary shout out to Matu Gibson, Natalie Gibson, and again, a wedding anniversary from Fadiga, Hussein Fadiga, to Matu and Natalie Gibson. That's a wedding anniversary shout out.
Spoon was fully represented there.
Wedding congratulations shout out. Yes, I saw the picture. Spoon, thank you very much, Honorable Gray, and that of Fadiga. Fadiga is in the state, by the way. He came for this wedding, and we do appreciate it. I know there's a lovely couple. We wish them Godspeed, and again, we'll say congrats to you guys. Have fun, enjoy, and may God bless your union. Thank you. I also want to say to all of you that join us continuously, we appreciate you. We appreciate you because you guys are great. You guys are wonderful. We'll make Liberia better one day. It may not be today. It may not be tomorrow. But in this generation, Liberia will be better. We have come a long way. The good, the bad, the ugly. But above all else, with God above, we are getting somewhere. We come on the show every evening. Every evening we come on the show to talk to you. How can we make our country better? Government come, government go. The nation stay the same. Where are the good men and women? Put them in the government. They turn to be the worst. Adam, give them minister job, give them director job. Massive looting of the country resources. This side is like, oh, I don't care about America. I don't care about sanction. This side is like, oh yeah, I'm okay. Liberia is my home. I would die here. But my friend, Liberia will be better. Whether you like it or not, whether you think it's okay to challenge the Supreme Court and say we disagree. Who are you to disagree? The law will be the law. We will uphold the Constitution. Trust me. We'll make our country better. So I can say to you, Fonati Kofa, I think I like what people say today, especially Snow and Representative Beer. He got to reach out. He got to engage the folks. I don't think Fonati really want to be there, Honorable Gray. I think Fonati just wanted to prove something, that we should uphold our Constitution. Now it is said and done. I think this government should work with him that they can go to a peaceful election. Almost half of those lawmakers, they don't want Richard Coon. They really don't want him. Now we're hearing they don't even want Thomas Farah. Open it. Now people know the true color of these guys. Go to election. The lawmakers need to go to election. The lawmaker need to go back, and I believe for that he will recuse himself. He will preside, he will conduct it, he will step back. He will not be, say, I want to be your speaker. No, they don't want him to. The same thing with Richard Coon. But can Richard Coon say, I agree to go for election? He's scared. They will beat him. Richard Coon cannot put his hand up and say, I agree, let's go for election. To solve this problem, Richard Coon have to go to the election if they elect Richard Coon Tenga. That's the way it should be. But you know the problem, Tama and Greg? Yes, the problem. Those guys have destroyed the budget. They have wrecked the natural resources, the money. They have taken enough money out of that budget. So you know what? They're afraid of audit. They're afraid of check and balances that are coming right now. What is the $8 million? Who spent it? They're afraid that Gaffron will be called, the finance minister, and they're going to question him on the budget. They're afraid that they will hold the executive responsible, and they will hold Richard Coon responsible. Why is the $8 million? So Richard Coon is afraid. They're afraid of what those guys have taken from the budget in less than 7 months. Hey, man, great. They're afraid, seriously. Look at Roberto for the formula. Look at James Collette. Look at the math. They took the police money and they used it because they believe that they will hang on. They will hang on. But you know what, though? I was saying to my own friend and brother, Jeremiah Coon. And he got to step up right now. He got to show leadership right now.
But what our panelists say, any decision they make on the floor, you can't prosecute them. Whether or not it's, they're not subject to any arrest.
Okay, they get another law that would tell them, say, they will arrest you illegally. For illegally stealing from the people. All right, let me say this. This is an embarrassment to the court. This is a disgrace. That the reason why those guys, they are so afraid right now to leave from this 6-7 months of leadership is because they have taken a lot of money from the Liberian people. That's why they're afraid. But they will go. Joseph Boakai have to listen to the people. President Boakai got to listen to the people. The people that put him there, he got to listen to them. Richard Coon got to listen to the people. To tell you the truth, Richard Coon got to listen to the people and go in peace. Jeremiah Coon have to listen to the people. Jeremiah Coon, I don't know who the advisor coming around and say, yeah, you know what? President George Manneh, we are dealing. Where is he today? Come on. Where's John? Where today? We used to tell the president, say, my man, you got to check break. You got to regroup. You got to recalibrate. The president told him it was so fun. Mongus thought he was a man. Financial brought him down. We are telling President Boakai, we are telling Richard Coon, you have to listen to the people. Vice President Richard Coon, you have to listen to the people. You will be on your own. No matter Unity Party say, be our standard bearer, VP. If you don't solve this problem right now, if you fail to advise the president, you will be on your own, VP. You gotta listen to the people. Straight talk. People will hold Joseph Jima Boakai, the president of Liberia. They will hold his failure on you, Jeremiah Coon, if you don't advise him well. If you fail to advise the president, and if the president says, I'm not going to listen to you, oh my God. That's what you get. The people will hold you responsible. Jeremiah Coon, they will hold you responsible, Mr. Vice President. They will hold you responsible because you are the #1 man there to advise the president. If he doesn't listen, make him to listen. Find a way that he listens, beg him to listen, because these are the people, they are not advising the president. These guys are hustlers. All these guys are hustlers. And I can tell you something back, something about to happen to them. I don't know whether that's sanctioned. I don't know what will happen to them. I don't know why the President Bwaka will fire them, but something will happen because you know what? They are not advancing the personal wealth. They are hustlers. What would Bush Ben Keita all these years? What would Bush Ben Keita? You want me to tell you? Kofi Woods. You want me to tell you?
Tell us, Stanton.
One thing I know, Colonel Gray, if you have a responsible next government, they'll persecute them. You know that, right, Colonel Gray? They can go after them. If you have a responsible next government, they will go after them, they will persecute them.
Anything to look back, you have to have that president that will prosecute the past.
If we have a responsible next government, I can guarantee you the first thing, you persecute them. They shouldn't leave the country. Now what President Bwaka did, he came to power and everything stayed the same. These people shouldn't leave the country. They should give account. They should go through the system. The law should be the law on them. To tell you the truth, look at Samuka. They told Joel to forgive Samuka, but Samuka was persecuted. He was found guilty. Reckon great. Defense Minister Samuka. All the nonsense those directors and ministers making in this government, we're going to catalog them. And anybody that want to be this person, anybody that want to come, you got to sign that you will persecute them. And we got to be in our room to make sure that you persecute them. Listen, people are crying right now. 4 more years is not far. 4 more years is not far, folks. To tell you the truth. All the yama will be over. So if President Bwaka failed to take action right now, trust me, the Liberian people will take action. So I want to say to you, all is not lost. The people are looking up to the president. I don't care who's sitting out with him tonight. I don't care who playing some. Some of the guys that get a green card and the passport in the pocket, they're ready to leave that country ASAP. President Bwaka, where will you go? You come to America to retire. You go to Lofa, the big mansion you're building, the presidential residence you're building in Lofa. You go there to retire. President Bwaka, you will listen to the people. That's why we fought for you. That's why we supported you. That's why we can do it again if you get it right. These guys that are hanging around you, what were they? When the people are walking in poo-poo water, President Bwaka, what are these people? These people that you get hanging around you now saying that yeah, they rich. What were they? When folks were having sleepless night, what were they? That now you don't want to listen to the Liberian people, you want to listen to them? They will let you down. They will lie to you. They will deceive you. They will destroy you. Remember Samekayando. Remember Charles Taylor. Remember George Banawea. He served one term and he left. The same guys are around today. They are not good cats. The same guys are around today hustling. We pray that the Lord open your eyes. We pray that the Lord make you to understand. If you're not part of it and you want to do right for Liberia, we pray that you do it. Do it in action. Do it in action. Listen to the Supreme Court of the land. No need to play games. We don't have enough time, Mr. President. You don't have enough time. I don't have enough time. We got about 4 more years left. No need to play game. What did you achieve last year? What are you achieving this year? We'll be going into the election year. What will be some of your achievement going into the election year? What? What will you be saying, Mr. President? What will you be saying? Time is running out. They don't want Richard Kuhn? Tell Richard Kuhn to leave. Take the details from Richard Kuhn. Do not recognize him as your speaker. Do that which is right for the sake of the Liberian people. They still love you. Majority of them still love you. Show your appreciation to them. Don't be bitter. Don't run from your people. Don't feel that it is all right now. Don't feel that it is over now. No, it is not over. The same voices, the same folks that say Hosanna in the highest, they will come back and say, we don't want you to be our president no more. And anybody who hands you put up, they will tell you, said, no, we don't want that person either. You told us to thank Liberia. You told us to love Liberia, and you told us that together we will build a better Liberia. Are we doing it today? Are we thinking Liberia? Are we loving Liberia? Are we building a better Liberia today, Mr. President? Or were those just fancy wars? Those wars were just sweet talk? Did you mean it when you said that, Mr. President? Was it from your heart or was it from your leg? Let the Lord watch between me and you, Mr. President. Let the Lord open your eyes that the scale will fall off, Mr. President. I'm not talking to your ministers. I'm not talking no more to your advisors. I did it for you, and I will talk to you. I'm not talking to you in secret. I will talk to you where the Liberian people will hear us. You are allowing the opposition to gain momentum because of your dereliction, Mr. President. The opposition probably come back. Because you are slow walking the government, the opposition, they're coming back. Because the people are seeing weakness, the opposition coming back. Because the folks, the Liberian folks, are seeing no development, the opposition is coming back. Because the Liberian people are seeing cherry picking when it comes to prosecution, the Liberian people, they are embracing the opposition. Because the Liberian people feel that there is no leader and you are not in charge, the opposition, they are gaining the strength to come back again and say, we told you so. Mr. President, wake up. Mr. President, you can do it. And it's the time that you do it today. Have a good night, folks. Be blessed. Join us again tomorrow. It will be a wonderful show.
You saw the stuff I sent you, Stanton?
You sent me something?
On
Okay, hold on 1 minute. Can I agree? Let me see. Can I agree? What you sent me something here? On a regular call or on WhatsApp?
On WhatsApp. I normally use WhatsApp.
Okay, can I agree? Can I agree? What's the number?
Stanton, you got a secret number, my man. You can share with me too.
Oh, man. The only number I have than what you have, bro.
Yeah. That's the
I seen it on the grid. Let me put it up. Usually I save your number. I don't know why this one coming with it being saved. Can I agree? You sure you won't put a picture then up on the grid?
Oh, man.
Anyway, you military man, the picture then too far.
That's the woman, man.
Okay, that woman will put a picture up on the grid.
Somebody, you think somebody can sniff around my home?
We believe that you're a corner and any monkey try.
They'll get what they're looking for.
Any monkey try bush or shake, right?
They'll get what they're looking for, man.
Hold on, Colonel I gotta put it up. It's the birthday treat to your wife.
Yeah,
my
Mr. Nelson waiting for his show, man.
Yeah, Nelson, somebody being a bad begin on my hand. Okay, I just get one more to put up Nelson real quick. Nelson say it raining tomorrow, so he care.
Oh yeah.
That's what I heard. It raining in Nelson and tomorrow.
So we're discussing the Nimba situation tomorrow.
Yeah, the Nimba situation, when the election is over, but hey, everybody will want to wait, That's the way
I always have to give an autopsy of what happened.
Yeah, but the election is over, man.
Yeah.
I just want to say to all, it was a peaceful election. We are grateful to God. It went well,
Yeah, that was my fear that people were going to take it the other way, because we're not too strong when it comes to accept that spirit of accepting defeat.
No, but you know what? I think the people of Nima are tired, man. Everybody tired, gonna agree.
Yeah, I'm
You
glad.
have election, you go out there, you talk to your folks, they come and vote. If you don't talk to them, they will not vote for you. And the mistake people are making is that they just go have election and they lie, they eat their own money, and nobody will vote for you. Can you imagine in district number 7, Benedict district, who got won? Benedict district number 7, what was Benedict Kennedy? They played the Kennedy from district number 6. Who got won again? What happened with Benedict Kennedy? Because Benedict left the people and went Europe. I mean, once the price is right, people do stuff. But let me send a shout out to your beautiful wife. What's her name again, Conor Gray? You do it now. You send a shout out to her.
Okay, this is going out to Sienna Gray Rose, my wife. Wish you long life. She turned 50, by the way, so they say you can't give a woman's age, but she or she posted something. So wish her all the best, very straight woman. By the way, she's from Lofa as well, Stanton.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I will look my sister and they are very, very wonderful.
Then you are my in-law though, Gray.
Oh
No,
yeah,
Gray.
I am. Nothing came out of
But what's her name? Is her name Pinky?
I still don't know the mystery thinking you're talking about. This is my wife, my man. How can I leave somebody so beautiful and gorgeous and go follow me and so on? It can't be.
Where I figured out, right? That thing was a made up name. Somebody brought it off the last one. I think you were attacking somebody and said, my man, just call out me. Let's slow down. But Greg, what a happy birthday to your beautiful lovely wife. And she celebrated her birthday. So she was born the 23rd. My birthday is the 4th of May. It's coming up.
Okay.
I want to say happy birthday to her, man. I met her at the Wawa. Very decent woman. I wish her Godspeed. Happy birthday to you, sis. Yeah. And I hope Conor Gray get a special place he's taking you tonight. Yeah.
Man, we've been going, and besides, this is a month-long celebration, man. Our 50 is a milestone, man.
It is.
So,
and I'll be turning 52 though.
Oh yeah, my man, you were just 47, right? How can you just turning 50? So
I was born 1975, May 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
You've been around for a while too, though.
I'm looking for the gray hair. I can't find it.
So Conor Gray is not the only old guy.
How old are you, Conor Gray?
I can discuss my age. You see it when I die, my man.
But Conor Gray want to say, shout out to her, man. We wish her well.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Thank you so much. And she'll have fun, man. We went out for brunch. How come I came late? And we have something all lined up throughout the weekend, man.
That's good. It is what it is, my man.
It's good to celebrate people while they're here with us, man. Do everything possible to celebrate.
Sometimes the birthday that come again, you don't even know what to do, Conor Gray.
Man, I should know how to do now. Be in trouble, man.
No, for me, my birthday, I want to stay home. I don't like going out.
That's you and I. I don't care about birthday, right?
I don't like to go out.
Have to be like us, my brother.
I want to stay home. I'm not going out. Just go there, eat, and I can't do my spoon talk. I'm happy.
Exactly.
Let's go to the restaurant. For what? You go spend $100 and something on a plate, and the fish is not cooked well. The meat and just small thing. Then they put small leaf on top, and they put a small gravy on the side, spread on the table. $150? No taste. Yeah. I don't want it.
And then you got to tip.
18%. Then you got to tip. They say, at least you just went up. For what? Then if you go out, you got to make reservation. You got to sit down there. They will first give you something like bread to eat and ask you if you want to drink tea. They will waste your time. You'll finish eating that. Then they say, can you just all kind of nonsense, you know, but you have to do it.
You are paying for the experience.
At the end of the day, you leave everything here and you're going. So it's better to spend it where you can.
The women that want it, so hey, listen, no problem. You want it, we go. But this that in my heart, I'm going, but I'm mad because I don't want to go. Yeah. I'm facing the truth. So. You know, I hope my birthday I can stay home and don't go out there. I just stay home. Allow me to do my spoon talk and just and just stay home. That's all, man.
Oh man, they will find a way for you to celebrate something. Yeah.
Man, I have said it. I make that announcement on my birthday by God's grace. I won't go anywhere. I will stay home.
All right, now that we know the birthday Stanton, we will force you to celebrate, right? I note it down, so I'm gonna keep that in mind. I'm just gonna find a place and show up. You're not gonna refuse that.
No, you're not family there.
Great, congratulations to you and happy birthday to Mrs. Gray. Make sure you send a palm one though. I'm your local country brother-in-law, okay?
My brother, we'll do that, man.
All right, Stanton, we'll plug something.
Thank you, brother.
I realize it's not in the chat room, so
who tell me?
Yeah.
I'm still on probation.
Okay. No, son, no, you were on the show, so that's it.
No. Okay.
Right, thank you, though. But we'll see you guys. Yeah.
All right, brother. Have a good night.
Good night. Nelson?
Yes,
Nelson.
sir.
Nelson, come on, I gotta leave you. You gotta get on your show, right?
Can you please check your message? I sent a message to you. WhatsApp.
Oh, but that's it. You can come on. That's a good day. That's I want to check my message. You see, I'm talking. I can check message. All right, that's a good day. So you can do your show today. Thank you. You're tired. Go home. Thank you very much, Nelson. I appreciate you.
Okay, sir.
All right, bye.
Okay.